Take a deep breath. The tech race is on, with AI and digital tech transforming our world. Europe has tech champions. We lead in connectivity, green tech and biotech. We have top talent, world-class research and universities, and a huge market of 450 million people. We have what it takes to compete. But overall, we are lagging behind. Only 14% of European companies use AI. We only have 10% of the world's top companies. We need to find 800 billion euro of investment each year. Hurdles stand in the way of unity. Companies are hiring more lawyers than coders. Our brightest tech talent is heading abroad to seek opportunity and investment. And our economy is suffering. But winning starts with a mindset. We used to compete with the best. We can do it again. What if Europe played to its strengths? What if we launched massive programs to protect our critical infrastructure? What if we attracted capital both at home and from like-minded partners to fuel innovation? What if we became the world's top destination for diverse talent, igniting Europe's golden tech age? What if we cut bureaucracy, freeing the innovators to build, the dreamers to create? What if we simplified rules, transforming complexity into clarity? What if we incentivized innovation, investing in ideas and the people and the passion behind them? What if we simply said, Europe is open for business. The race is not over. Stride by stride, Europe can get back in the game.
So this is actually the second day that we are gathered, at least some of us. Thank you to everybody who also came yesterday. And thank you to everybody who came today. I want this day to be a little bit special. We have our 25th anniversary this year. And maybe, you know, for an association, it's not a lot, but we're a tech association. And I can tell you, 25 years ago is a long, long time ago when we look at what has happened, right? I mean, how did tech look 25 years ago? Anybody wants to reflect on that? What did we have 25 years ago? Did we have the mobile phone? At least I remember when I was going out on the discos, right? And I had to be home by 2. I would walk through half of the town to get to a phone booth to call my dad to tell him that I wouldn't be home at 2. So a lot has happened ever since. And there is no doubt when I entered the tech sector more than 25 years ago, 35 years ago, people said, why would you want to be in tech? It's the most boring thing, you know, it's these guys, you know, coding in the basement. And definitely there was no access to the boardroom. Nobody really cared about tech. For me, it was a transforming power of everybody's life. And right now, we see what it means. In prosperity, in peace, in defense, in competitiveness, digital runs the show. So, well, welcome everybody. This is absolutely not time for division. This is time for unity. And I feel a little bit like this year is maybe the biggest chance that we ever have had in Europe in the last 60 years to reboot how we do things. So there is a saying, show me your friends and I shall tell you who you are. Thank you for being friends of digital, friends of mine, friends of Digital Europe, or friends of each other. Let's try to look at the future today. Let's not reflect on everything that we cannot change. All the lack of unity there is. The more we talk about it, but we don't do anything about it, the worse it gets. Let's only talk about solutions. So, one of the solutions that we can do today is that we can make a difference for Ukraine. So without even being political, without even taking big decisions, we can make sure that we can donate for Ukraine. So with that, I would like to ask you to, I don't know if we have the QR code. It was at the end. Maybe you can flip back to the QR code, please, with the AV. There's a QR code where you can donate for children in Ukraine. Digital Europe have started this donation, so I urge you to take a picture of the QR code, big and small. It doesn't have to be big. If your organization cannot take decisions on the fly, maybe you can give a small donation yourself. Digital Europe has also have already started with quite a big donation. So it's non-political, it's for the children of Ukraine. Please do donate and show your support to these people who are suffering from the brutal aggression of Putin in Ukraine. I was awarded with the Peace Prize 2 years ago, not on this stage, but somewhere else at the Masters of Digital. And I must say it's one of my most proud moments, not only because we received the Peace Prize for our work in Ukraine, but also because I looked at the members of the tech community and it made me very proud. Who moved in and moved all the data out of Ukraine? Private sector. Who actually provided endless amount of cybersecurity specialists to help them to protect their critical infrastructure? Private sector. Who donated 30,000 devices for schools and hospitals? Digital Europe and our members. So I don't think the prerogative of making peace lies in the public sector anymore. I think the private sector plays a crucial role and will play an even more crucial role in peace and prosperity of the future. So with that, I am officially kicking off the 25th anniversary of Digital Europe. And I can tell you, if you manage to stay as long as to the final end of this event, you will see the biggest birthday cake ever in that room, and endless amount of champagne and cake for everybody who is staying. I will be gone a little bit at the end, but then I will come back and I will drink champagne and I will eat cake with all of you. So please do stay to the cutting of the cake. With that, let me basically return a little bit. Normally I don't really like slides, but it was too long for me to remember everything that I really wanted to get across. So let me flip a few slides for you. And with this, 2 headlines for this year. Show me your friends and I shall tell you who you are. We don't need to agree on everything. Remember that. We don't necessarily need to have the same language, the same function, be in public and private sector or from the same party to agree, but we need to stay tuned. The next year will really matter for how Europe develops. And I say that not only to the policymakers, but also to the leaders of the companies here. What we do this year will shape the future, and we don't have 5 years. And I think we are shaping the future not only for Europe, but we are shaping the future for the democratic world. And for the people who are, for the countries that are close to the EU but not a member. UK, Norway, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, Moldova, and many other friends that could have been there if we had moved faster and not been caught in doctrines of they're not wealthy enough, they're not this enough, they will bring like too much corn, too much cheap labor. We should just have brought them on board. But what we do now matters for the future. So, nations with superior tech will prevail. That's just how it is. From the steam engine to Enigma to now digital defense, energy saving technologies, drones, AI, it's just how it is. It's always been like that and it's no different than it was before. But what does it actually mean? What does it mean, prevail? For me, it means 2 things. It means that we have peace and prosperity. But in a liberal democracy, without making money, nobody has prosperity and nobody has peace. So we need to let companies earn money. We need to let them prevail. We need to let them grow and be strong, whether that is energy technologies, whether that is health technologies, whether that is drone technologies. It matters. And we need to learn that company needs 2 things. This world of national silos, I mean national procurement, I'm sorry, it doesn't work any longer. It's gone. It's gone, and it was gone in 2008. We never managed to change our governments or our governance structures internally in the EU, but we need scale and speed. We need scale and speed. Innovation cycles are right now on AI down to 2 to 6 weeks. Drones, 2 to 6 weeks. So how are you going to do a procurement in a small country like Denmark, Sweden, or even Germany? You know, that takes you 5 years. I mean, in 5 years, the technology doesn't exist any longer. And then somebody is talking about, well, maybe we should have like incubators to innovate. We're not an incubator. We are big, strong, really agile companies that is in a global competition. So let's make sure that we focus on what a liberal democracy stands for: strong, innovative, scalable companies. And that's going to be the theme of this day. How do we make this thing grow, and how do we work much more together? Well, as I said, we have a lot of potential, right? It's not that we don't have potential. So these companies are some of the companies that we surveyed on the critical technology study, but it could have been 100 other companies that are members of Digital Europe. So we have a lot of potential, but we don't have speed and scale. We don't have speed of scale. How do we buy dual-use technologies? Do we buy them as a continent? We have 180 military systems. US has 30. I mean, we cannot keep on doing things like we did. If we keep on doing the things that we did, we will not succeed. So Draghi said, Mario Draghi, excellent report. Let's keep on remembering what he said, because he's right. He said, Europe missed the technological revolution. And we did, because we didn't see what the ingredients was. It was scale and speed. Luckily, we have great companies in this room, and you will see them on stage and with our sponsors. We have great companies. They are still here. They earn too little money in Europe. They are global companies. They're not European companies only. They're global companies. But we must say that we didn't kickstart their growth. That is for sure. So we have a lot of potential, but we need to change how we do things. Over the last 20 years, we have lost 30% competitiveness. The gap between EU and US, for no reason other than some of the things I will speak of today, is basically widened by 30%, because we didn't manage to change. We didn't want to change. We wanted to keep stability at all cost. If we had grown with the same rate as US, we would have 11 million more jobs. And we would have had a tax revenue funding defense of 300 billion more. Well, as we see here instead, and I have to say this too, is very annoying because there are no figures. These 200 billion in extraordinary regulatory burden yearly on companies is actually a figure that's 10 years old, because they don't exist. But we have surveyed our members in the last 5 years who tells us that every year they see an increase in compliance costs with 15%. And that is without the AI Act, the Data Act, all the acts coming out now. They're not even implemented yet. So that number is possibly maybe 3 times the size in a few years. We implemented 13K laws and versus, for example, the US 3K laws. So you can see an exponential growth in cost that are not making innovation. So all this money that we're using on finding out, is there a little bit of gold plating in this country, or am I actually compliant? Is the medical device directive overlapping with the AI Act? What about this radio equipment directive? How is it, is it my washing machine? Is this now, under high risk in the AI Act because I use energy saving and to save water in my washing machine? The answer is yes, unfortunately, which is not how we should be doing things, right? We should do like we do in tech. We have a regulation, we have an idea, and then we test with companies. We say, if you were to implement this, how would it work? Does it work? How does it look in your sector? And until we know exactly how it works, we shouldn't be doing it. Anyway, on this happy note, more good news. We only lead in 1 out of 8 critical technologies. So what are critical technologies? Critical technologies are from China, from US, from Europe, and from NATO, defined technologies that keeps social, economic, and military stability. So, well, can anybody, do you know what technology we lead in Europe still? Can you guess? Can you guess? No? Okay, connectivity. We are still world leading, and of course it's hard because then there are niches. For example, within energy technology, we are super good in optimization of energy solutions. You know, so there are islands where we are quite competent, as you imagine, with our European champions. But as a continent, the only technology we lead in is connectivity. Semiconductors, meh, really bad. AI, very bad, but with this one we can still do, right? Because you see now some of these fantastic companies in health, in energy, who's applying the algorithm and basically, you know, changing that into a product which is now innovating totally crazy within their area of expertise. So deployment of AI is not the algorithms and the base technology itself, but what it creates in other sectors is quite amazing, so that's a huge opportunity for us. Well, I know that this was my staff said, oh, you shouldn't be talking about tariff because, you know, this is what Trump is doing and blah, blah, blah. We don't believe in tariffs, by the way. But this is not these are not my numbers. This is like the numbers of IMF. That the internal market barriers are equal to 45% on manufacturing goods and 110 for services. These are not my numbers. So don't kill the messenger, but that's how it is, right? It is really, we are at this flipping point where we have not really, you know, and I said yesterday, it's not that we can say policymakers are all wrong, right? Or, you know, industry shouldn't have done that. I think it's just like, let's leave all that behind. Industry leaders have not engaged enough on EU level, and policymakers have not been busy enough reaching out to see the effect of what they did. And we can start the big blame game, but it doesn't take us anyway. We are here today, and from now on, we work towards more unified way of doing things, and there are solutions on how to address this. Okay, it keeps on going. This one, you know, that we don't have any company that is over 100 billion. Set up, whereas, for example, the US have 7 now, that is worth over 1 trillion. And here, as it says, 300 billion in European savings are diverted annually from the EU market, primarily to the US, because of the fragmentation. So now we know, okay? Now we know. So what do we do? What do we actually do about this? Well, it's certainly not more of the same. So one of the things that we did, and my staff, honestly, I have the best people in the world. Thank you so much, wherever you are out there. We spend a year now, and with all our members, to try to see what can we do about this. How can we solve this problem? How can we be concrete, not just we need to cut the burden, you know, it's just and then everybody tells us about cut the burden, but there is really no content underneath. So, well, we said, let's cut. And we made 80 proposals in 40 different regulations. Basically, where can we cut? Where can we harmonize definitions? What should not be in scope? What should be in scope? And let's just put it like this. The best cut you can do is the regulation that is not yet in market. So maybe it's time to do what we should have done, test some of the regulations that hasn't been implemented yet. So, but we are looking at, for example, huge amount of cut in reporting burden in sustainability. I mean, SMEs are being suffocated every day from endless amount of, how many liters of this and how many that. In the end, they just go like, listen, I can't do that. But so does big companies. And luckily, we have an amazing president who has, for each DG, told them, you need to cut the burden, and we are working dedicated with GD Connect, with GD Grow, with GD Environment to basically look at and be very concrete. What are our suggestions? I'm sure that we will not get our way on everything, but I really think where there's a will, there's a way. And right now, everybody, to me, it seems, are working towards the same goal of cutting the burden and make scalable markets. So simplify, well, one-stop shop for companies. It sounds so odd, but every time we need to go to a new country in Europe, and I can tell you, I started 2 companies, and I was like, okay, maybe I could go to Germany. I'm like, wow, 16 Bundesländer, and they all have different institutions on all the regulations. So I gave up, maybe I thought, maybe Sweden. They're also different. Okay, yahoo, So put yourself in the shoes of a business leader that has 3, 4, if they are lucky, 1 million euros to invest in that year, and they need to grow. I mean, it's impossible. Guys, it's impossible. I'm sorry, right? And then you need to know all these regulations, and you ask, I want to hire somebody in coding, but you need some lawyer to come and tell you if you're doing right or wrong. So it's not doable. Just give us one place to go and tell us, are we compliant, are we not compliant, what do we need to do, and make it simple. EU, NATO scale procurement. National procurement is nice, but it's teeny-weeny. I mean, for technologies, we need scale. So one of my ideas, for example, is there is for sure 2 front lines, right? There is the front line of the critical infrastructure, water supply, energy supply, airports, hospitals, and the other front line is the real battlefield. But could we actually do a large-scale incentive with common tax incentives across Europe for investment in technologies that protects critical infrastructure? Or could we do a large-scale procurement program for critical and dual-use technologies that protects our critical infrastructure? What would that actually look like? That would be drones, AI, energy optimization, digital twins, all the things that we need should we be at war at one day. All the things we need to make sure that people have water, electricity, that they have airports, that they have hospitals, if the cyber attacks, when the cyber attacks are hitting. So let's break those silos, and last but not least, incentivize, incentivize, incentivize. The tech is no longer some kind of philanthropic idea of innovation. We are in every sector, banking, energy, defense, everywhere. So how do we incentivize broad-scale investments and growth? Honestly, I think we are the sector that needs less R&D from public sector. We know how to do our R&D to a large extent. We are very good. I mean, that's what we do. We do innovation. We do research and development. So could we take some of all the funds that goes to, sorry, I shouldn't be saying this. Sorry to agriculture. To some of the things that doesn't give return on investment, and actually put, even, tech in agriculture, optimization, Could we take some of all that money that goes into only research and development and put them into research and development in public procurement? So we could ask, can you actually create safe connectivity around energy plants? Well, we have the solution, but we're lacking 2% and we would be there. The innovation can actually happen as the deal is made. So let's look at how we can do that. Let me turn to the second one, the P's. Now we talked a little bit of prosperity and how we create growth. Well, our excellent president said in the struggle between democracy and autocracy, the digital sphere is not a sideshow, it's the front line. And I think she is just spot on. It is the front line. And the more we talk about technology as maybe we can ring fence 1 billion here and 1 billion there. No. Would you who was here yesterday, heard the Ukrainian Deputy Minister of Defense, who's, by the way, a super techie coming out of private sector, like the rest of the majority of the defense ministry and the digital ministry in Ukraine are private sector, built like coding geeks, right? Why? Because it's their steering room. That is where they do the innovation. This is where they have the data. This is where they divert the troops and they take the refugees in the right places. It's all digital. It is no sideshow. So the fragmentation creates a very complex situation here. As we see, defense spending is half. I think there's only 7% or 2% of the NATO allies that spend the right amount, the 2%. We heard Rutte at the Munich Security Conference say we are going towards 5%. Maybe the extra 3 should actually go to digital defense. So to a large extent now, we are not having defense technologies anymore. We have dual-use companies, civil technologies that are actually super mature and ready to be applied to defend and protect. So that's where we need to look. How do we apply large-scale mature technologies and keep the innovation going in both protection of 2 front lines? Because we learned from Ukraine that there are 2 front lines. There is the critical infrastructure and there is the battlefield. Their cycles are super short. Innovation, each time they do an innovation of a feature, 2 to 6 weeks later, the Russians are copying it. And I don't think that those innovations comes only from Russia. I think they have some big friends who are helping them out. So it means that innovation cycles for companies in civil sector will be squeezed like hell. In 1 year, things will accelerate even further. I heard the CEO of OpenAI say, what we did in 3 years, right, just a short while ago, we do in 3 weeks now. And we don't even, it's like things are just speeding up. So how can you do a procurement of drone technologies for critical infrastructure that takes you 5 years? I am sorry, it's not going to work. So we need cycles much shorter than that. So what needs to be done? A unified, scalable defense market. No more for technologies, country by country, and saying like, yeah, well, the defense prime can kind of, they can work with small companies. Yes, that's one part, but it's not sustainable. We need these kind of companies that are much bigger. That's what happened. If you look at the defense sector in the US, they have like 6 big companies, and we have just like hundreds of small companies. And as I said before, innovation takes scale. Address the defense skills gap and really look at the private sector as a prolonging of the security of society. We play a major role. As I said, it was us who moved the data out, who created connectivity, who brought the devices to Ukraine, and we play a major role in that. So, with that, I would just say that one other quote from our great president, from AI to clean tech, from quantum to space, from the Arctic to South China Sea, the race is on. The tech race is on, and really it's been on for ages. And it's time for us to wake up and do fundamental changes. So try not to say it's difficult. It is complex. Yeah, but it's very difficult. It will never happen. Let's be bold. Let's just do what it takes. And let's work together. Let's break down that silo of, no, this is complex and we can't talk about that. We are all in the same race, and either we win or we lose. And together, if we break down those silos, if we dare to say we need to cut, we need to simplify, we need to incentivize, then I think we can actually make a difference. Thank you so much. So with that, I want to invite on stage our President of Digital Europe, Peter Weizsäcker. Please come up and just saying one of those champions of energy technology and previous also from Airbus, right, on defense technologies. Thank you so much, Peter. And I'm looking forward to hear your version on what's going on in Europe and how we can do this better. Thank you. The word is yours.
Thank you so much, Cecilia, and thanks for having me. Look, this speech has become very difficult for me because I think Cecilia has said it all already, right? So she has really covered all the key points, the key challenges of Europe. Now, before I give you my very short and little summary of this, I want to welcome you to the event. We had a fantastic evening with 2 great awards last night in a fantastic setting. Thanks, Cecilia, for organizing this. Thanks to your team. You all did an amazing job, and I think that deserves a very great hand for what we have seen already in the last evening. Thank you. So, I want to start my talk today about talking a little bit what are the challenges on Europe, and Cecilia has touched on them. So take my presentation or my talk a little bit as a summary of what Cecilia has already said. Maybe the topic that I want to start with is investments. Investment being made into Europe, into the European economy by private and by public sector. This is one of our key challenges, that Europe is not attractive for most investors anymore. Investments are going somewhere else. They're going to the US, they're going to Asia, they're going to other places. But Europe has lost the competitiveness to attract investors. And investment means we are creating new technology, we are creating jobs, people who have jobs will pay taxes. So this is for me certainly one of the key topics that we all need to address again, that we attract more investments within Europe again, from European companies, but also from non-European companies. Second topic, competitiveness on innovation. And also clearly, Cecilia has talked about it, so I'm not going to go any deeper into this. We need to make sure that we become competitive on our capability to innovate again. And it's not only the innovation, but also that we start to commercialize innovation. We still see innovation in many areas, but we really need to get our act together to really commercialize this innovation also in Europe. Then, regulatory burdens. We will talk more about this today, right? And we need not more, but smarter regulation in Europe, certainly less. And I really like the idea, let's not start cutting the stuff that's already in place, but let's think about all the regulation that might come up, and let's do it in a smarter way, right? And while I agree we need regulation, we don't need to make it overcomplicated, which we have done in Europe in many cases. So let's also make it not only less, but also simpler. And then certainly, we need to increase our investments into security and make sure that we have the capability to be in charge of our own defense. So that's certainly another important area for us to work on. And let me finish with a topic on challenges, which is talent. Well, I believe we have a lot of talent in Europe. I'm personally having more and more conversations with people, young talent particularly, that do not see their future in Europe anymore, but they are thinking about going somewhere else. This is very bad news. Also, our universities in Europe are much less able to attract students from outside of Europe. So if people have the choice today, they'd rather go to a university in the US than to a university in Europe. So that's something for us to consider and address as well. Now, enough about challenges. I want to switch to a little bit what are the solutions to this. And actually, I personally believe that digital is a key element of addressing all of these challenges. Because if you look today at what is the competitive differentiation of business processes, of products, of our universities, of our education, then there is one word, that is digital. All the competitive differentiation has moved into the digital space. So this is clearly an area where we need to double down, really increase our efforts on digital. And we have already fallen behind. So it's not about keeping the top position, it's about catching up for Europe, right? So this is, I want to underline Cecilia's wake-up call, right? So we are not leading anymore. We have lost our leading position in many areas. It's about catching up to get into a leading position again. So, and of course, digital will help us improving efficiencies, both in the private as well as in the public sector. Yesterday, we awarded the Dual Use Award. And clearly, we can see that digital is also the differentiating factor in defense. It's not necessarily more expensive weapon systems, but it's smarter weapon systems. Some of them are pretty inexpensive, and they are all defined through their digital capabilities. One other topic that is really close to my personal heart is our journey to sustainability, the decarbonization, and that decarbonization has a demand and a supply side. While we certainly all agree that we have to move to more renewable energy on the supply side, it's equally important that on the demand side, we become much better, much smarter how we use our energy. Today, the technologies are available to reduce our energy consumption to up to 60%. And the best energy is the energy that we don't even have to produce. So we need to really double down on our energy transformation. And that might be an area where we can still be leading in Europe. We are still certainly in a quite good position on this one. But let's not forget about China here, right? China has the strongest capabilities on solar. They have the strongest capabilities on batteries. They have the largest electrical fleet on their streets. So China might be the first country that will become carbon neutral in the foreseeable future. So also here, clearly an area for Europe to double down and accelerate. Now, we have strong assets. We have a big market in Europe. We have educated and talented people in Europe. So we have the ingredients, and I personally believe digital is the key differentiator in Europe's value proposition in the future. Now let me move to the transatlantic relationships. Well, the transatlantic relationships have become a bit more challenging without any doubt, right? But I firmly believe we need to find ways, maybe new ways, how we work together with our friends from the US. And together we are leading in 6 out of the 8 critical technologies. 2 are coming from Europe, that's connectivity and to some degree in clean tech. And I personally believe it's very important, even if times are challenging, that we find new and better ways how we work together. Also, Cecilia, I want to congratulate you that you are taking very active steps on that. You have opened an office in the US. We have hired our first employee in the US. So also Digital Europe is helping to build the bridge between Europe and North America. And Angelica has been hired in the US. I'm not sure if you're here, but welcome on board. And certainly you play a key role also supporting the Digital Europe activities to bridge Europe and North America. So I'm coming to the end of my short talk here today, but I'm very happy that we have the 25th Masters of Digital, bringing people together from the public sector, from the private sector. We have a lot of topics to discuss in our sessions and breakouts today. I'm very sure that artificial intelligence will be on top of many of these discussions, which is one of the key technologies for the digital differentiation. I'm very much looking forward to all the discussions and presentations that we will have today. So, and with this, I want to turn back the floor to you, Cecilia, and I wish all of us really a great day here in Brussels. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you. Yeah, it's only for a short comment because so the panels today are going to be amazing. If you see the moderators, super people that I have met in different places that I really wanted to come to the Masters of Digital and facilitate. So a big thank you to all of the moderators who are coming here. The first one and the first panel is on critical technology and driving our competitiveness. Again, let's promise each other not to go down the road of it's difficult and it's complex and we can't do. Let's be in can-do mode. Every panel will be noted, so there will be notes taken, and we draw conclusions on what was actually said and what kind of knowledge came out of that. And we will distribute that to all of you afterwards. So of course you can take your own notes, but it's really also we try to make this a genuine discussion on solutions and really to draw conclusions from this event. So the first one is on critical technologies, and it's called Driving Europe's Competitiveness in the Digital Age, and it's moderated by Silvia Amaro Anker, the TV reporter from CNBC. Silvia, where are you? Please welcome on stage. Thank you so much. Yeah. I think you and I actually met at the big finance conference, right?
That's right.
And I thought it was just awesome the way that you moderated. So thank you so much for accepting to be here today and moderate with us. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Great.
Very kind. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see so many of you. First and foremost, I apologize for my voice. I hope you will be patient with me today. I was in Munich for the security conference and I got a cold. However, I'm sure that's not going to distract us from the very important conversation we're going to have here today. Today, as Cecilia highlighted, we'll be discussing this clash between innovation and regulation at a time when that clash is being intensified by geopolitics. And so, before we kick off the discussion, I would like to ask you to help me join welcoming onto the stage Rolf Schumann, the CDO of Schwarz Group, for some introductory remarks.
Yeah. First of all, also from my side, good morning and thank you for having me here and thank you for inviting me to your birthday party. So I really appreciate not going to work to go to a birthday party. And I do not want to repeat too much what we had said because I think everybody knows it. But what I would like to do is, and this is, I would say, the advantage when you work in the retail space. You know, I grew up as a tech guy at Siemens 10 years, then I was 20 years at SAP running as a CTO, founded a startup, failed with the startup, understood how not to fail in future, and ended up in retail. And the big difference between retail and all the other industries is when you have a margin of 2 to 3%, you have no time for nice words. You're extremely crisp and direct. Other people say blunt. And I decided to be very blunt today and not to repeat the things because I can tell you the reality is we are in the center of the storm. It's not the front line. We are in the center of the storm. It's a perfect storm. And if we fail today, we don't fail for us. We fail for our kids and the next generations. And I can tell you one thing. I'm also coming from Munich, and there couldn't be a better time to talk about digital sovereignty and independency. And everybody should get the memo now on the sofa on the couch. And the memo is everybody understood data is the oil of the 21st century. We are saying this since 2012. But now we got it, at least since our friends from the new US legislation are criticizing the GDPR, criticizing the AI Act, criticizing the Cloud Act. And you know what this tells me? It tells me that we do something right, because I never saw a player attacked on a soccer field who did not have the ball. This At least one person got it. So thank you so much. Guys, what we do is right. It's only a question how we make it more pragmatic. Full stop. Everything we do is right, and I'll tell you why. What happens with the data? Data is the fuel for AI, and AI is the future of our society. Get the big points together. And this is what we see right now. Why do we have the situation that people want to have our data? Why does Satya Nadella run around in Davos and says, you know what, your mid-market companies, the so-called Mittelstand, this is I can tell you, the mid and medium-sized businesses, this is the backbone of Europe. It's not the big ones, it's the mid-sized businesses. And why do they want to have their data? Because this data is the industry knowledge, the domain knowledge, the niche knowledge. And if we give the data away, we give the semantics away, we give the industry away. We do not only have talent we have to keep here. We have the talent and we have the knowledge and the industries and the hidden champions and put this together. What we see today, and this is what we have to keep in mind, if we don't get it right now, we will ruin really the backbone of our industry and the future for our kids. And I want to come to one point, and this is something you have to keep in mind. What we see here is a new colonial age. And if we do not want to become a colony of the US or China, who are leading digital, we should protect our data with the right acts. And why do I say this? Look, it's so simple. When you take 3 numbers, we have now February, everybody knows 3 years ago, the war in the Ukraine happens in February. And you know what's funny? In Germany, there was a huge debate about the dependency on Russian oil. Just to put this in perspective, 3 numbers. Number 1, 55% of the German energy for the gas came from Russia. So the whole energy sector, 55% was gas. The rest was oil and other coal and whatever you can find. You must imagine we were totally freaking out in Germany because 55% in this energy sector came from Russia. Do you know how many percent of digital technologies, which is the DNA of our companies today and the future, comes from the US and China? It's just 90%. Do you get the memo? And now what they say, 90% dependency on digital. If you now also get the data, we got it. It's done. And I can tell you, digital dependency is the worst thing which can happen to anybody. If you do not understand this feeling, wait for your upcoming or your last discussion with Microsoft or negotiation about your license fees. We don't call this discussion or negotiation, we call this dictatorship. This is what you have to learn, and we learned this at the Schwarz Group, and this is what I can tell you. Get digital independent, and not against China, and not against the US. Do it to be free. Digital dependency leads not to be free. Digital independency, digital sovereignty leads to be free because it's a freedom of choice. And you know what? When you can always stand up at the table and leave the room, is the best precondition to build great partnerships. And what did we do at the Schwarz Group? First thing is, we realized we do not know what happens to our data. We invented the first sovereign European cloud, our own cloud. People were making jokes about us, today they understand it. We did the same for cybersecurity, because you have to protect yourself in a sovereign way in your values. Third thing was AI. You need your large language model based on your values and data. The same for communication, and now we come to workspace. And we could not find a way with one supplier. So we found with Google a partner who is not European, but who accepted our values, who accepted that we want to own our own keys, the encryption keys, who accepted that the data has to be stored on our own cloud. And you guess what? It only happened because we were sovereign enough to have this eye-level conversation. And this is the future. So the future of Europe is, let's start becoming digital. And I have only 3 wishes for the policymakers. Do me a favor and support your own dog food. Eat your own dog food. Why should investors, what Peter said, come to here if we don't eat our own dog food? We have the assets here. Why don't we incentivize the use of European things? I know we don't like this term, make America first, make it great again. But I tell you one thing, what is bad with America first? You know, even the Biden legislation, they just didn't call it this way. We have to make the European stuff and make it first. And you know what? If we open it up for others, they have to live to our rules on the same strict level. GDPR? Why do we weaken up our values? Why do we weaken up our acts for others, but not for us? This is the first thing for the policymakers. We have so great solutions, just use them, and you know what? Suddenly investors will come here. The second thing for business people, just to let you know, digital sovereignty is not a tech topic. Don't delegate to your CDO or CIO and don't put them under your CFO to make sure that they don't waste money. This is your topic. Take it serious. If not, your company won't be there in 3 to 5 years. This sounds very hard. Why do I say 3 years? I come from a little country called Germany, and there we have demonstrated what you can do with the wrong decisions in your economy in 3 years. So believe me, 3 to 5 years sounds long. It could be critical. And last but not least, for the people. It's not tech. It's for your kids, for your next generations. I'm now getting in the age where I'm getting older. I see this because I have gray hairs. And I can tell you, I always make this joke at family at home. I saw more Christmas trees in my life than I will see for the rest of my life. But I've seen how fast the speed was accelerating in our technology world. I'm not sure if the next 2 or 3 decades we will have this prosperity in Europe if we don't change now. And with this, one last statement. What I learned in my whole business career and what I try to give to the next generation is there's a difference between discipline and excuses. Discipline makes the day really hard, but the future is super easy. And excuses make the day very easy, but the future hard. There is no more time for excuses. Thank you so much.
No time for excuses. So please join me in welcoming to the stage as well Minister Liisa Pakosta, Minister for Justice and Digital Affairs from Estonia. Thank you. The Hungarian Minister for European Affairs, János Boka. Roberto Viola, the Director General for DG Connect. And Jean-Marc Olegnier, the Chairman for EMA at Accenture. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for being on stage with us today. I think we've done a lot of diagnosis. I think we have all recognized what are some of the problems that we are facing on this continent. So for the next couple of minutes, I would like to discuss solutions. What are the plans? How can we change this? However, I want to include you in this discussion. So we're actually having a poll running which asks, in your opinion, what is the biggest hurdle to the EU's competitiveness? You can choose from too much regulation, too little single market, lack of investment, and all of the above. And I will be mentioning those results later in the conversation. In the meantime, I'll focus on the stage and perhaps start with Minister Pakosta, perhaps to share your thoughts on, not just on the diagnosis, because I think we've done a lot of that already, but what would you say is the main priority to make sure that the continent is not continuing to lag behind?
Thank you, and thank you for the possibility to be here. If I say that it is for Europe to standardize the data, that is the fact that is crucial, but it's not very sexy. So I will add something more. I think we have to change our moral values, and let me explain this. If we, as politicians, we want to show to the public that we solve the problems. And as you said very rightly, it's very easy to do it when you solve it with control. A lot of regulation in Europe comes just from the very simple thing that somebody has a problem, somebody has an issue, and then the politicians say that, okay, we will make a regulation on that and we will control everything so that due to this control, through this control, everything will be much better. But this is a burden on somebody else. This is a burden on the companies. So it actually means that somebody has solved a problem of himself or herself on the cost of others, on the cost of companies, putting all the burden to the companies. And this is not right from a moral side. So this is something I would like to see in Europe to change, that we really trust the companies, that we really trust the innovation, that we really trust the possibilities out there, and the politicians also take the risks. And the answer to the voters would be that, yes, we have to do this, this, and this. I will explain it to you. I will put more effort on this. I will work more today, but we have to change it. And that change is not to put on more burden, to put on more control, but the change is more trust towards the companies.
Minister Boka, I would also like to get your thoughts on whether perhaps this is also a question of a mindset. We heard some participants late last night suggesting that, you know, we just think differently, we don't take so much risk in this continent. How can we also change that? It's not just about cutting regulation, but perhaps showing that this is a path forward.
I fully agree with you that we need a change in our mindset. During the Hungarian presidency of the Council, we worked very hard to bring together all member states and institutions in Budapest to adopt something that we now call the Budapest Declaration on Competitiveness. And this declaration is a very high level of abstraction, because the most important thing was at that time, and I think still is the case today, is not to pinpoint certain measures that would lead us to a more competitive environment, but to send a message that there is political consensus behind changing our mindset in order to create a more enabling environment for economic stakeholders in Europe to innovate and be more competitive. Now, the inherent problem or dilemma, I would say, is that for this we have the European Union and the European institutions that are by design regulatory authorities. So every time you have an issue that comes across, you start regulating, and not because you are evil or you don't know what's going on, but because that's the nature of European institutions. They are regulatory authorities by design. So how you can change this to create an enabling environment? I mean, those institutions cannot give something else but what is their nature. But by including economic stakeholders through consultation procedures, for example, and to ask them what they actually need to be more creative, to be more competitive, then this will be the way forward. The Budapest Declaration also calls for increased stakeholder consultations that is more transparent and more inclusive, and it calls on competitiveness checks besides deregulation. But I agree with you that it's not deregulation itself, it's not increased budgetary support for competitiveness in itself, it's not an issue, it's redistribution, it's an issue of an enabling environment, and we are on the way, but we are not there yet.
Roberto, what would you respond to that, and what would you say you are doing to address these problems? Because obviously the Commission is often blamed for being too regulatory, you know, having too much bureaucracy. Is there a real effort within the executive arm of the EU to actually address this?
Thanks, and thanks very much to invite yet another year Roberto to this event. I must say the speech of Rolf made my day, because you know, in a world that repeats as a litany certain things, it's difficult to be heard. And I think he made a powerful pitch to being practical, being done to a certain project, and follow it constantly with also showing the results. Now, to answer your question, it's easy. You simply open, what is the work program of the Commission, what has been, you read the speech of President von der Leyen in Paris, you know exactly what we will do, and we will do that. So there are no regulations in the next 5 years which will come from DG Connect. That is what is written in the work program. What we will do, It will make sure that our strengths, our people, our data will be unlocked by doing something that alone European companies cannot do, which is amassing enough capital to have the best computing resources in Europe, to have the best possible data lakes, in order to use AI in pharma, in manufacturing, in services, in hospitals, in new materials, because we have the best scientists, we have the most impressive data lakes when it comes, for instance, from healthcare, so we can do it. What today the state of our economy and individual companies cannot do is to actually finance what we call a gigafactory, so billions of investment in very large computing infrastructure. That we will do. That we will try together with our friends and colleagues of the EIB and other financing institutions to come with solutions together with the market and create also the enabling conditions to have clean data sets in every single sector. An initiative like the European Health Data Record, for instance, in the health data space, is not a regulation. It's an enabling system that allows the secondary use of data. We will do the same in the area of mobility. We will do the same in the area of basic science material. So this is for us really a big priority.
And I would like to come to you also to ask about the question of funding. Because yes, we're hearing that the money is going to be available, there will be more investment, but when I look at the numbers from a European perspective, and I compare them with what, for instance, the United States announced with Stargate, huge gap. Are we actually at this race?
Let's not come back to complaining around Europe investment or whatever, because at the end of the day, there is many good things going on here. I think if you look at AI, first of all, on these investments on technology, the good news is that AI is probably part of the solution around growth and competitiveness of Europe. That's the way we look at it. When you look at macroeconomist guys, including our own analysis, it's forecasting a growth of GDP. When you look more at the macro results, what companies are saying, they see AI as game-changing in many parts of their business. So we see that. Now, to answer your question around where we are on two things, because I think we are mixing two debates. There is a debate around adoption of the technology, as you mentioned, by industry, to improve the competitiveness of the industry. And there is another question around how many solutions are locally relevant in Europe, built in Europe, sovereign in Europe. I think on the first debate around adoption, European companies are not falling behind that much. They are investing. 80% of the CEO in Europe are willing to increase investments on AI. It's roughly the same as in the US. Accenture is working mainly for big companies. When I look at our business in Europe versus US on adoption of AI in the different industry, manufacturing sector, automotive sector, pharma sector, there's not a lot of difference. Global companies headquartered in Europe know the game. And they're investing because they know that it's central to their competitiveness. So there's going to be a lot of private money floating in order to adopt. And today, when I look at the thousands of projects we are doing in Europe, 50% of them are very focused on productivity, but the rest is focused on growth. R&D, new product, customer experience, digital marketing, to capture more growth. So people get it. Now, on the second topic around innovation, yes, coming back to many of the discussion, when you look at technology for, like you have said, for 20 or 30 years, we miss a couple of waves in Europe. That's fair to say. We could have done better on some of the cloud or platform solutions. We all know that. But AI is game-changing. And if you look at the past, every time there was a kind of systemic change in technology, and AI is one of them, new players are emerging because of innovation. So yes, there is a race for us. Are we set up in order to be successful in that new wave? Hopefully we're going to learn from the mistake of the past. And there is many innovation play. Those foundation models, the game is not over. Open source, the game is not over. We talk about machine learning, Gen AI, but there are other things, agentic AI, robotic AI are coming. So it's not a done deal. So let's not declare we lost the war before we engage the war.
Right.
There is a new war. So investment, but those two, we should not mix it up. Adoption of the technology, I believe that's where the value is. Today the value is in NVIDIA, people say, or Microsoft, the name that has been. Yes, second, but the real value of AI is in the adoption. So we need to win that game. And yes, there is a value of innovation, product, and that's a new battlefield that we have to win this time and not do the same mistakes than some of the previous technology wave.
So let's talk about speed.
Speed, yes.
Yeah, Cecilia was also very clear in her remarks. We lack scale and we lack speed.
Yeah.
How do we make that now actually work for AI in a speedy fashion?
Look, that's an assumption. We like to complain in Europe. You know, to be honest with you, you mentioned Munich.
Yeah.
I was at Davos. Many of you know, the Europeans in those global meetings are a bit too pessimistic. I believe the Americans today are probably too optimistic. So let's not be complaining about everything. Yeah, have we been doing everything right? No. But there is a new game coming. There is a massive opportunity to reshape the technology landscape. Let's not believe we are slow. We know that the single market can be improved. We all know that. We know that we lack a capital market in order to increase financial capacity. We know all of this. So I assume we are not that stupid and we are going to make some decision in order to get there. Yes, we need some decision in order to get there, because if we don't change anything, probably what's happened in the past will happen again.
But that's exactly what I want. I want us to talk about decisions. Rolf, I'll come back to you. Tell us, therefore, what should be the main priority at this stage to make sure that we actually make ourselves visible in this race and we improve on speed and on scale?
I think the main thing we have to do is just do it. This is a simple way. And the problem is always that we say, oh, there is no money, we need subsidies. You know what? We never ask for subsidies. We asked for ourselves, where do we get the money to make things happen? And the thing is, you need a client zero, you need the customer zero. And the only ask I have, our governments should not use digital solutions which do not come from Europe if there's not an alternative. That's simply this. If there's a European alternative, use it. When you use it, people will adopt it. Look, here's the point. If a politician or public industry is using a certain solution, this gives all the companies, the smaller companies, the trust that this is something you can invest. This is the issue. I'm always making this stupid joke. 30 years ago, you never had been fired as a CIO if you were buying IBM. Today, people say you are not fired if you buy Microsoft. But the thing, people don't think about it. And the same happens here. If we start using our own solutions, what I mean with EDO and dog food, it will be adopted. And the funny thing is, where does the money come from? We have a market of 450 million people. There's enough money inside. So we always say, we need some more private equity. It's all garbage. It's wrong. We have enough money flow. Do you think the Schwarz Group asked for money or subsidies to build our own cloud? No. But we had two customers, Kaufland and Lidl, which are big enough that they financed this first solution. But the funny thing is, if you have a real customer, they make sure you are market competitive, they make sure that you're price competitive, and they make sure that you have a solution which works. So our attitude is wrong to always wait that somebody gives you money, and then when you have a good day, you start working or not, maybe it's weekend. And this is what I'm saying. Look, I learned one thing, and I really, if there would be a European passport, I would swap my German one against the European one, because when I heard that in Germany people work only 32.7 hours a week, and Swiss people who only make vacation work 34 hours, you start thinking about what's going wrong. And what's going wrong, we just don't do. And to be honest, there is money, there is the need requirement, just do it. And trust me, this is how we as the Schwarz Group became the largest retailer in Europe.
Just do it. I think I've heard that elsewhere. Minister Pakostar, I would also like to get your thoughts, and perhaps we can get the outcome of the poll, so we can also comment on it. I would like to understand also the role of geopolitics at this stage, and whether you, in your position, you're actually feeling that this is work that we need to have completed yesterday. When you hear, some comments from the big tech players like Meta suggesting that the rules that we have in Europe, the fines that we apply in Europe should be considered as trade tariffs, are we actually mixing too many things at this stage? And are you worried about the pressure coming from geopolitics in the regulation space?
It depends how we define the pressure. I think we all feel this pressure. I actually, if I may, I disagree with my Hungarian colleague that EU institutions are not designed to be regulatory. EU is designed to be free. This is the essence of European Union, that we are free, we stand strong, we work, and we do the regulations that enable the innovation. That is our essence. That is our basic value. And that is why Estonia, an eastern border country of European Union, stands very strongly for freedom indeed. But we see it as a possibility. It has been said many times here today already. We see this geopolitical tension as a possibility. And let me explain it, how it actually works. So, Digital Europe is connecting public sector and private sector. In Estonia, we live it. All our digital success is based on close cooperation between government and the private companies. The innovation, never comes from bureaucrats. The innovation comes from companies. All the digital success we have had in Estonia is based on the innovation by the private companies. And as you very rightly said, we have used our own companies, we have trusted our own companies, and we have built up an infrastructure that is extremely secure, that is scalable. Please use it. For example, our X-Road is already used by Finland, by Iceland, and by Ukraine. And it has stood strong. So this is a quality proof. Please use our companies, use our products and scale it. We can do it. And now when I mentioned Ukraine, Ukraine is the hotspot of innovation in Europe. And I would like to underline, in Europe. The innovation done in Ukraine through these last 3 tragic years is much more than NATO could do in 20 years. So our Estonian companies collaborate with Ukrainian companies. This is a very good cooperation for more innovation. And that is what we all could see, do, and live for our freedoms. So this is a huge possibility, I would say, a huge possibility to cooperate more, to put this innovation together and to stand for our freedoms. And we have to do it all together. This is an unmistakable right way to go. And I can give a lot of examples how we have done it in Estonia. And it really is a success story. Thank you.
Minister Bock, I would like you to comment on that. And how would you also describe the pressure coming from the geopolitical scene to make sure that we drive for competitiveness on this continent?
Before I say that, I would react on the reaction if possible. I don't have an issue with ideas. I also believe that for those who are within the European Union and those countries who want to join, this stands for freedom and opportunities. But if I read all the surveys among European companies, they list the most important challenges for competitiveness and innovation: over-regulation and administrative burden. And when I say European Union, they usually say to me that European Union, from this respect, is part of the problem and not part of the solution. So I think that if the European Union would be part of the solution when it comes to over-regulation and administrative burden, then we would be further ahead. When it comes to geopolitics, I prefer a very pragmatic way. I mean, geopolitics is of course has has a part when it's a clash of ideas and a clash of values. And we Europeans, I believe we have a very strong values and we have very particular way how we look at the world. Now, if we look at geopolitical challenges, I think we as Europe, we are looking for resources for our economies. We are looking for market for our economies, and we are looking for an environment where these activities can be pursued in security and stability. And if these are the geopolitical challenges from an economic perspective. And if the European Union would look at ways to be a geopolitical player that helps the companies get the resources they need to be successful, helps the companies to get the markets they need, and helps the companies to create an environment where they can operate in a safety and security, then we are answering geopolitical challenges.
Roberto, I would like to share some questions that we're getting from the audience as well to make sure that we include them in the conversation. Someone asked, Europe has been very successful in driving global standards based on European innovation in connectivity. We've discussed that earlier. How can we strengthen standardization in other areas?
Well, doing exactly what we have done in the area of connectivity, which is to lead with our scientists, our engineers, and we do have areas where we are the best of the world in terms of, you take even AI, you know that the number of AI specialists or AI master degree up in Europe per capita is higher than the United States. Maybe one could discuss about the concentration of excellences in given areas. But when you take a more continental view, we have a pool of well-educated talents. I think the success of that, when it was the telecom time, which I do remember vividly, that shows my age, it's also the success of a much simpler way of doing standards, a little bit more organized. Then we toyed with the idea that there could be many different ways of doing standards, and things started to be fragmented. So in the area of trustworthy AI, in the area of data lakes and standards for data interoperability, Europe can lead and will lead.
Minister Pacosta, you wanted to come on this?
Yes, so first again, to make just the discussion more interesting, I will oppose my Hungarian colleague. If we look in Estonia, for example, so yeah, it's very easy to say, oh, it's the European Union regulations. And for example, during the recent months, we reduced in Estonia the reporting lines by companies. It was 3,000, all by European Union regulations. But we reduced these 3,000 lines of reporting to 81. And we could do it internally in our country, because we just use a little bit of AI, and we use once only principle. And we are going further with this, and we can do it fully compliable with European Union regulations. We see European Union regulations, most of it, as an enabler of innovation. We need regulations that allow us to work on the single market. And of course, with the AI Act, we would like to see more clear solutions there, that we could go on further on. But we need some regulations that connect us all together to make our companies very quickly grow and very quickly to work on all these other member states. Having said that, the artificial intelligence for governments is extremely important to go on quickly with. In Estonia, we have an agenda already from spring to include AI to all our decision-making, to offer even more quality to our citizens in even more effective way. We have already nearly 200 AI-based solutions offered by government, and we will go on with this. So it's not only private companies, but it's also the governments and the European Union institutions itself. And now I come back to what I started with. that data standardization is the key. Not a sexy thing, but it is a key.
We are running out of time, but before we finish our conversation, I would like to come back to you, Jean-Marc, and ask this question that someone in the audience also sent through. Shouldn't our digital sovereignty journey start by lowering risk in our supply chain via diversification, i.e. welcoming solutions produced by the bigs? Ultimately, I would like by the bigs. When we think about where we are with geopolitics and the developments in the US, in China, should we be looking at other parts of the world to strengthen, to find basically new allies?
But I can tell you that's what we do, because many of us in the room are operating in global business. Since a couple of years, we understand the world may not be completely the same anymore. So this topic of supply chain and logistics, on diversification of supply chain, resilience of supply chain, in order to be less dependent from different parts of the world, is very much there. I think we go even further. Frankly, we go to some regionalization of supply chain and manufacturing as well right now. In a world where tariff seems to be a new thing that come back. We thought we forget about that, but it's coming back. So there are many things right now, if you operate in a global business, I'm sure you are confronted to that already, around looking at, when you are in a global business, you do not act on geopolitics. Geopolitics is the things of you guys, and we respect that's your job. Our job is to understand what does it mean for us to be resilient in a world like that. I think we learn probably with COVID what resilience means in a big shock. Now we learn about resilience in a geopolitics that may not be the same anymore. And this has a lot of implication, not only for AI and technology, but for many things that we are currently doing, because you're right. Our job is to serve customers, whatever you are, and to be resilient whatever shock may happen. And we have not been short of shock in the last 3 years. And I can tell you, all of us has learned and make a lot of progress to see how we operate. I was very proud about the way business handled COVID. I think we are going to handle some of the numerous shocks we are seeing on the global economy. But there is one thing we know. It looks like the world is never going to be the same. So we are going to adjust. And we're going to adjust on this. We're going to adjust on many things, because that's our job.
Right. I would like to get one final thought from Rolf. We heard that, all of the elements from DeepSeek. I would like to focus on that for a moment, because I think it was a watershed moment as we began this year when it came to AI. Did the announcements from DeepSeek made you more confident or more worried about where Europe is in the AI race?
I tell you, the whole announcement of DeepSeek made me totally disappointed, because the technology they used to have these great results was invented and published by a paper from a German company 8 months ago. The company Aleph Alpha came with this tokenized learning. They published a paper, but they are humble, they do not make this too public. They put it in academia. In December, Meta took this paper, and they made a much more broader report, but they had at least the honor and gave them the kudos that they did this 6 months ago. The results that you can train models in this area with a factor 10, less resources, we did in the Schwarzkopf and with Aleph Alpha last year. And then DeepSeek took the paper of Meta, they made it loud. So what I learned is, we as Europeans, we had the talent. It was a combination of University of ETH Zurich. It was this Aleph Alpha startup, which was supported by SAP, by the Schwarzkopf, Bosch and so on. But we were just not loud and brave enough. And I can tell you, when I read this, the first thing I did is I called the communication agency and say, from now on, you publish every academic paper from this company in the industry press, because this is what we are. We are too humble. And just as a statement, and I like this, we are too negative, Americans are too positive. I always asked, how do you build a great team? And I said, the first thing you need is, you need an Israeli, because they often have a solution before we even think about it. Then you take a German who totally diminishes the solution, that is a total piece of crap, and they start engineering, but they will never overcome 95%. When the Germans are at 85%, the Americans oversell 120%, and then a Chinese comes and scales factor 10. So this is how we have to think. And to be very clear, we have so much diversity in Europe. Yeah. Just leverage it. I'm saying we need the EU and we need the regulations to define the rules, because when you have a lot of diversity, you need some foundation rules, and the rest happens by itself. And take DeepSeek, I know I'm now totally destroyed DeepSeek, and the only positive thing was that NVIDIA's market cap went down to a normal level. But the thing is, we have this here, we had it here, we just didn't use it. So we need a German instead of just do it, because this came from Nike. But again, we are discount, and we don't have money for marketing companies, so we steal it. But hey, let's get up and work. Take a term like this, but this is what it is.
And on that inspirational note, thank you. Thank you to Rolf Schumann, CDO of Schwarz, Minister Lisa Pacosta from Estonia, Minister Bokke from Hungary, Robert Viola from DG Connect, and Jean-Marc Olegny. Thank you very much, and I hope the conversations will continue throughout the day. Thank you.
I will come back and sit here. I will come back here and sit here. I'm just going to go and say hello. Hey, good. I'm good, thank you. And you? Huh? Yes. No, it's coming. I think you're supposed to introduce her, right, Angelique? Ah. Me to do it? No. No, I don't have it. No. I wanted to sum up. But no, somebody needs to get the Angelique on stage. Sylvia? Okay. Yeah, exactly. I need the speaking cards. I need the introductory remarks then. Just give me. So sorry, we are definitely not having a break yet. So there was a bit of a misunderstanding in the program. Please all take your seats again. And let us start one more time. Do not feel yet out for the break. I am sorry that there was a little bit of a disruption. I don't know how to bring attention. Please, can I have your attention? Please, can I ask for the attention? Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. So, going from changing the environment of critical technology and competitiveness, let's dive a little bit into what it also means for the worker, people at work, you know, the individual, and how it's basically that AI is changing the efficiency, but also many of the things on how we work and live today. And who better to do that than Angelique, the president of EMEA from Workday. This is a company that is changing how we are working, how we are improving the everyday life of the workings all over the world. And with that, let me welcome you on stage, Angelique.
And good morning, everybody. I feel I'm a little bit between us and our coffee, right? But really appreciated the conversation we just had. So hopefully you have a couple of more minutes to inspire before the coffee and have a talk about that. But I feel there is so much going on in the world, and we are really in a very pivotal moment where also the technology, we already talked about it, like AI, is reshaping the world how we work, right? So I come from a more than 30 years business application software background, so focused on how software can help businesses and also public and private companies to get more efficient, to go faster. And I think when we talk about speed, that's exactly what we need, right? So as we are in a pivotal moment, I would say let's dream out loud a little bit more. And let's ask us the question, imagine where Europe and businesses can take the opportunities to innovate and grow faster than we do today. Imagine a future where innovation drives prosperity and workers have the skills to thrive. Imagine a world where AI is just not a concept, but a powerful tool to make everybody go faster and better. And we at Workday, we are a software company. We are American founded and American headquartered, but we are highly committed to work together with the European Union and the EU to comply with the GDPR and the EU AI Data Act, because we believe that Europe is leading the way in many of those dimensions. At the same time, global software and technology can really help to help businesses to go faster. So bringing the two together, I believe we can really take a very leap step forward. So we have three things we would like to encourage to consider. First one is, how can we help with AI adoption? The panel talked about that. How can we also help to leverage the best technology globally available? And also, how can we help with accelerating our skills and the changes we see and we need in everyday's work? And that is where we, from Workday, believe we can help you as businesses and also as global and private businesses. Today, we already do that. So more than 40% of the DAX customers are partners of ours. Also more than 55% of the CAC 40 are customers of ours. And where I'm most proud of, to be honest, is that 65% of our customers are in the small and medium business space, where a lot of innovation is happening, especially in Europe. So let me talk a little bit more about the implication and the effects of AI. And we call that our technology, we call that Workday Illuminate. And think about how it can accelerate and automate manual tasks. That's one dimension. But also we are moving more and more in getting digital assistants, helping us in our day-to-day world. And then I think the next phase of transformation will be about business improvement and orchestrations. And we hear more and more about agents or the agentic AI, where they don't only perform a task, but they really help us to improve roles. So what we see coming is that we want to be a platform not only helping humans to be more productive and successful, but also helping to guide the digital human, the agent, right? Because think about how to onboard that digital agent, how to keep it safe and secure, working with the right data. If we think about GDPR and we think about the EU Data Act, that's also very relevant for the agents. So that is a very new dimension to expect and to come and to thrive for. And that's also why we launched last week a so-called agent system of record, as really the two coming together, the humans and the agents working alongside, which will help businesses to be more proactive, productive, and to grow and go faster. Now, let me give you a couple of examples out of Europe as well. So one of the companies is Sanofi, and I'm sure you know Sanofi, one of the most interesting global health players, more than 90,000 employees across the world, and they really are focused on how to make their people successful and help them to move into their career development and their long-term journey. So with our technology, Sanofi has built a more engaged, future-ready workforce. And also a company like Accenture, just on stage, a company with more than 70,000 employees, helping companies in their fast-changing environment. So a big question for them is, how can they get the right skills at the right time in an ever-changing world, right? So think about those changes we see happening very, very fast. So I would say if we bring that back, and we see that in our research as well, we recently we did a latest resource which was called Elevating Human Potential, and we see those businesses, public and private, who are adopting the new technologies such as AI, they are outperforming their peers, adapt faster, and position themselves in a longer-term success. Also, last week, Friday, the Axios report presented the so-called Edelman Trust Barometer, and I think that's also an interesting data point, where they scored the adults who were saying, do you trust AI technology, yes or no? And there were some interesting data points in there. For example, India scored with 77%, China with 72%, saying we trust AI. Guess what? The US scored 32%. Europe, the first country in Europe was Germany, scored 29%. I'm from the Netherlands, we were at 28%. But I would encourage us, coming back to where we see a big opportunity for Europe, is encourage the adoption of the available technologies, right? So if I may sum it up, and I think we are all ready for coffee, right? So I would say we really are looking forward to make global technology available for you to help your business to move forward faster, more successfully, leverage all those incredibly exciting innovations, which are, to your point, go at rapid speed and really are in an accelerated phase. There is absolutely an opportunity to continue to work together on all the regulations, but do it in an efficient way so that also all the member states are aligned so we can drive adoption faster. And a third area, I would say, is around skills. How can we encourage and develop skills faster in Europe? But I would say there is a bright future. I would thank you for organizing this session. And now, being a European citizen myself, we have a huge opportunity. I'm committed to help here, and let's go and take it.
Thank you so much. Before you go, you talked about this AI agent for workers, that you have some kind of program or product. Can you elaborate a little bit, and how can we change that fear of AI? Is that a part of that program or product on adopting agents?
It's combined, and it's building on each other, right? So AI, we hear all companies and many companies thinking about a way to adapt AI. Yeah? So what we do from a Workday perspective is also embedded standardly in what we do. And on top of that, businesses are developing their own AI capabilities. The next phase is what's called agents. So that's not only automation, but it's really let's say, an agent as a human performing tasks. For example, I hope you all get paid by a company, and I'm sure you have some questions so now and then. Normally you called to the payroll administration, but imagine you can really leverage an agent giving you the right answer to the documents, to the connections, etc. So in every process, in most business processes, we will see the adoption of agents. And where we see a role is not only on the agents we develop ourselves, but also the agents you develop, other partners develop, because you can see an agent as a person. You want to have that in a trustworthy environment. The agents need to be trained. The agents need to be onboarded. You would like to have an overview about what's the cost of an agent like that, right? So the agentic AI is the next phase, and it will change the way people work. And I would say that's also where skills come in. The continuous learning and the evolution in our skills platform, we will see an acceleration. That's what we expect.
Amazing. I think there are many. I mean, I have Jan, he's my AI. So, so I think there are many who need to learn how to use those agents. So thank you so much for your leadership, and thank you so much for coming here today.
And thank you for organizing this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So with that, let me just reflect on a few things. We had Minister Pacosta saying, We live private-public partnership. It's not a program for us. It's something that we do every day, and we use the company's technology for, our governments, our, everything that we need, our protection, our critical infrastructure. So just work together. Don't call it innovation. It is actually real. It's here. We also heard Boca saying, while EU right now is seen as a part of the problem because of all the burden of the regulation on companies, EU needs to start to become a part of the solution to bring down that burden on companies, and then we can have a dialogue on competitiveness. We heard Viola say there will be no more regulation coming out of GD Connect. The president has told us, and we will do that. But he also said we should lead on data interoperability to make sure that we can grow across countries. And then we heard Rolf saying, well, just do it. I mean, don't complain about it. Find your clients, build your business, and make sure that you're not only buying from one vendors, but buying from multiple vendors. Jean-Marc said, AI is not so bad. Mark, I just have to tell you that still it's only 14% of companies that are using AI. But yes, I asked him to be in can-do attitude, and he definitely was. And Angelique, thank you so much for your leadership. I think we are many. He was like, okay, I see what it does because he does something with my mailbox and it happens, but I don't really understand what it does. And thank you for your leadership in the workplace on making all of us old buckers, transforming into understanding what the hell is going on in our inbox. It works and it's really nice, but we need to understand also. So thank you so much for your leadership on taking the workforce into this next AI generation. With that, go and network and talk about all these great people who was on stage, and we will be right back for the next panel, as you see, both on the AI race and the next one and the role of digital technologies in the sustainability agenda. Welcome back, but right now, coffee.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us and for being with us this morning. I'm Javier Espinosa, Executive Editor at the Capital Forum. We're a new, serious voice of policy writing in the EU. I've been practicing my marketing speech this morning, and you're going to hear a lot more about us, and we are hiring. That's the end of commercial. We have a great panel this morning, and we are very privileged to have representatives of the Parliament, representatives of industry, representatives of the European Commission to talk about the subject of discussion these days, AI. Everyone, you ask one, I interact with lawyers all the time, so you ask a lawyer an opinion, they give you 3 about what AI is or it shouldn't be. But without further ado, I'd like to invite all my panelists, please, to come on stage in the order that they appear on the screen. Eva Maydell, member of the European Parliament, Lucilla Scioli, head of the AI office, Uwe Heckert, CEO of Philips DAC, and Marianne Vikula, COO at Volt. Just to say as well, this is since we're at a digital conference, this is a very interactive panel, so we have a poll open up now. With the question, in which area do you think generative AI will have the most significant impact in the next 3 to 5 years? So if you can head to your phones and answer the question, we're going to start the conversation and we're going to revisit the question as well. And there's also ways that you can send your questions through, unfortunately not in the room, but via Slido. And without further ado, Eva Maydell, to start with you, about one question, which is, before we go deep into the AI discussion, how do we frame what the EU is trying to do in terms of regulation, in terms of boosting innovation, with a new regime in the United States? How is that changing, eclipsing, transforming the conversations that you're having about AI in general?
Thank you. I mean, that's not $1 million question, but I think $1 billion question. How do you have the right strategy nowadays? And what we witness nowadays is that the gulf is widening in between the EU and US. To a certain extent, we live in this sort of accelerationist moment. An accelerationist moment that we're probably not used to have had over the past couple of years in the intensity that affects in a certain way both geopolitics but also technological advancements. It's an accelerationist moment focused towards AGA and who gets there first. But it's also bigger and broader than AGA, I believe. And if you would allow me later on, I would like to touch on that point. We see a lot of adrenaline. We see a different type of pace. We see intensity that are basically unprecedented along the both dimensions, both when it comes to geopolitics and technological advancement. So I think the question for us here in Europe is, to your point, are we able to switch gears? Is Europe able to switch to this new type of pace, to this new type of expectations? And I think there's various wars here to be won. But perhaps the first one where we need to be part of, and this is a new type of race and war that I would bring up here, we live in an era of narratives, the age of the narrative war, I believe. So are we able to have transparent, deliberate, clear, rapid communications in order for us
to be at all shaping the narrative, whether it comes to Ukraine, whether it comes to the AI race, on any other topic that involves geopolitics or tech. So I very much hope we'll be able to discuss those two different aspects that will shape the global order, to which, by the way, it's a new global order, and we don't know what the order is. So a couple of big topics to chew before lunch.
Excellent. Very good. Lucilla.
Well, I, like Eva, think we have to wait now a little bit exactly to think and see what happens in the different parts of the world. And, but I think that, you know, regardless of what's happening there, I think that the European Union is actually well placed to engage in the AI race. I think that we have to shift gear maybe a little bit more to be able to support developments in the European Union. But we do have the capabilities to do that. We have, you know, we have a structure for the sector that relates to AI, which is very different from what, for example, the United States have, because in Europe, most of the developments are taken forward by startups at the moment. So we need to be able to make the startups have access to the necessary resources, both for computing, for data, but also simply for them to scale up. And then make sure that these developments can be integrated into the different sectors of our economy. I think it is only by being able to adopt AI and really integrate it into the production processes and the business processes of our key sectors, that's how Europe is going to find its competitiveness back. And I find that, frankly, at the moment, a little bit maybe independent also from what's happening in other parts of the world, this shifting gear is necessary regardless.
Well, from a company perspective, and we at Philips, we are in the business, so we need to focus primarily first on what we can do best, which is develop products and solutions that are aligned with our mission, with our vision. In this case, we want to improve the health and well-being of the people. That is what we can do best. We have been on the market we as a company for 130 years, so we have been living with many governments, regulations, and so on. And I think for us it's important that we focus on what we can do best and use also the opportunity. AI is not only something which is on the market for 2 years, it has been there for many years already. We see this coming, we are working on this, we are working with the different regulations. We see a number of challenges in Europe, but we also see a number of opportunities. Yeah? And when we are able to grab them. Yeah? There's not, I would say, not so much we need to do, we just need to do it. No?
Very good.
Yeah, Philips is probably known by everybody in the room, but Walt necessarily isn't. So a few words of context. So Walt that I represent is a Helsinki-based technology company. Born out of EU, we operate in 19 member states. What we do is basically connecting consumers to local merchants across the countries where we operate in. We have like 40 million customers across the countries where we operate in. And for us, utilizing AI and machine learning has been something we've done already for years. And we do this to basically improve consumer services and improving our platform, making it more efficient, bringing more relevant recommendations for our customers, as an example. And to the points discussed here, I'm more than on board with shifting gears in Europe. My background also comes from organizing the largest venture capital gathering in the world in Helsinki called Slush, where I've seen not just what it's like to scale a company out of EU, but also kind of what happens across the European tech landscape and what kind of startups are being born. And if there's one thing I'd like to say is that I think in Europe we've actually been pretty good at waiting and communicating, and now it will be the time to walk the talk.
Walk the talk. Eva, you've been through recently at Munich. You were also at Davos. You've been having the global conversations outside the EU bubble, let's say. And we talked about, Marianne is talking about shifting gears. You talk about the AI race. Bring from the outside world, for those of us who never leave Schumann, What should we know? What are the key questions or the key things that we need to be thinking when it comes to AI?
Thank you. I mean, I think this is a pretty international crowd here, and congratulations to Digital Europe actually for convening so many of you in this room from all across Europe and beyond. I say this because there's been a lot of AI buzz and hype over the past year and way too many events, but very few are able to bring such a critical and important mass. So I'm thankful for the invitation. Maybe I can share a couple of points. I think very often the debate is concentrated around more or less regulation. It's concentrated between whether we adopt a follower's approach or a different type of approach, particularly, again, when we talk about the EU and US. But I think what we fail to acknowledge properly and go a little bit deeper is focusing on the different approaches that currently the EU and US have when it comes to AI development. For the US, that's why it's very often about the war, winning the AI war, simply because it's about a war when it comes to the arms race. It's about who will be the one making sure that we develop the next defense tech application that's going to make us better than China. So if they have this approach, while we have the approach of how does technology enhance our competitiveness, it's very difficult to have a discussion about a race because we are simply going about racing in two very different directions. And I think for the purpose of establishing what Europe way has to be, it's important to make that distinction. And that distinction comes into the different approaches. So the US strategy and approach is developing AI at any cost. If you're to win a war, you'd put all the resources that are necessary. You're going to deregulate as much as possible. You're going to find the funding. You're going to find the right public-private partnerships. So that's how I see their approach. The way I see the European approach is about how do we make sure that our companies can grow. Most importantly and ideally, how do we apply AI to be competitive? How do we make sure that not only 13% of European businesses use AI in their processes? How do we make sure more emerging technologies are embedded in our traditional industry, which I believe is the stronghold of the European economy. If we fail to do that, then we might be blindly imitating what the US is doing, but actually failing to understand what their bigger mission is. So I think it's very important to draw this distinction. Where I can see a possible partnership is when it comes to our approach on China. And the reason why I say this is because for the US to win the war they're fighting when it comes to AI, they would need Europe. They would need fundamental and important companies for the tech sector, such as ASML and others. But, you know, we're not very clear where our China strategy lies, to be honest, when it comes to Europe. We are a bit obsolete. What are we, what are we offering? So to say. So there could be a partnership that is strike. And finally, of course, when it comes to AI safety, ethics, and regulatory concern, I see there, of course, a potential area of conflict between the two, particularly in the development of AGI and AI agents. It probably is clear that some of those technologies may struggle to meet the requirements of the EU AI Act, which regulates the risk and potential societal impacts. And so, yeah, these are kind of like my around 5 points of the differences and where collaboration or divergence is possible.
Really, really interesting. And I couldn't think of a better person to ask about the EU's perspective than to a representative of the European Union. And does it ring true what you hear about this sort of divergence in the way that the US is, at any cost developing AI versus a more of a competitive focus in the EU when it comes to regulation?
No, I agree that in the United States there is a race to AGI that is well known. And in the European Union, I mean, I explained it earlier, our focus at the moment is on the competitiveness. It was very clear already from the Draghi report that about half of the difference in productivity growth between the United States and Europe was due to slow development and uptake of digital technologies. And AI being a technology that has been there a long time, but maybe the generative AI being a more recent technology, represents a unique opportunity for regaining competitiveness. And so the emphasis for the European Union has been mostly now on the competitiveness aspects. And I was saying earlier, and this, as Eva explained, probably gives rise to very different dynamics. Now, having said that, I think that we observe in the European Union a lot of dynamism in AI. I mentioned the startups earlier. There are really a number of very advanced startups. There are also some unicorns already in AI, and they're coming forward also with very large models. But we need to help them, and this is our focus now. It's about making, we in the European Union, we cannot pretend to have a public investment that matches whatever investment is taking place in the United States, which is mostly private. That is not what the European Commission can do. What the European Commission can do is to use public resources to offer computing resources as much as possible, data resources, raising levels of skills, but also stimulate private investment. It is very important that in the European Union we are able to see much more investment in AI also from the private sector. And I think that a public-private partnership here in different areas would be very desirable.
So are you saying the EU is moving towards being more like the US when it comes to AI?
Well, let's say that the EU also wants to advance AI and possibly the AI that is made in the European Union. But like Eva explained, the AGI race of the United States is very much led by military purposes. And so we are more focused on our policies on competitiveness. So, but we certainly want to see advances in artificial intelligence models in the European Union. And not just because we want to see advances, but because we want them to be integrated in industries, and we want the healthcare industry and the manufacturing industry and the automotive industry, which have always been the comparative advantage of the European economy, to really be able to thrive thanks to AI, which is, as I said, offering new opportunities and therefore a very unique source of productivity growth.
You're heading the AI office and you're in the discussions deeply integrating regulators and also industry. You're in the middle of the conversation. What has changed, or what is the emphasis now in this commission in your conversations? Or in other words, what is the ambition? So if I ask you in 5 years from now and you tell me, looking back, we did what? What is it that you want to
Well, what we want to achieve is that there is much greater development of AI and use of AI in the European Union. This is the overall objective. Then we also know very well that if you want to have innovation, you need to have people who actually trust that innovation. And that's why during the mandate of the past Commission, we have put emphasis also on proposing and negotiating an AI Act. Now, the AI Act is in force. The rules will become applicable over time, and we, as an AI office, are very committed to implement the AI Act, in particular, helping companies to comply with the AI Act, and we do that by introducing guidelines. We will set up a service desk to receive questions, in particular from the small medium enterprises. We're using the AI Pact also to reach out to as many companies as possible and help them already in understanding what they'll have to do to implement the AI Act. So we are very committed to facilitate compliance with more legal clarity. But at the same time, we are also responsible for starting, we need new policies now for stimulating innovation in the European Union in this area. And already the President, about a week ago at the Paris Summit, made an announcement about stimulating 200 billion euros investment in AI. And we are working on developing a number of policies that, as I said, will facilitate developments of models in AI, but also their integration into the more traditional sectors.
Interesting, very good. Uwe, as industry, do you feel that you have enough guidance on this implementation of the rules? Are they also leading to more innovation, or is it more burden on companies? Are you hiring more scientists or more lawyers?
No, actually, it's obviously a bit of both. I mean, we try to focus on our customers. We are focused. We are in healthcare. We have major challenges coming up in healthcare. Population is getting older, getting sicker. They all want to have better treatment. At the same time, we don't have money more to spend. Even if we had the money, we don't have the medical stuff. So really, we have actually a big challenge coming here. And we believe that only AI can help us to figure this out and to really solve this. Now, we have been working on this already for a long time. Within Philips, we are deploying what we know best. We deploy CD technology to do digital pathology. Now 20% of the labs are working digital, and now we plug AI on it. The next stage is to combine maybe imaging data from the radiology with this one. What is important for us is to work within partnerships to really look at the whole ecosystem, and their regulation needs to help us, to enable us to really have interoperability, to have an exchange of data. But there are opportunities there, and I must say, we are using them already today. We are working with expert companies that are driving AI developments like IBEX on cancer treatment. So we work with them, we integrate them. We have an EU-funded initiative, Cancer Image Europe. We are working there. We are working with startups, with research companies, with other partners, and AI is the end result of this. So that is happening. Now, I must also say, we are, as an example, in the UK, we are working there together with the government and the regulatory body to set up a regulatory sandbox for AI development. So we are not waiting for a regulation to come to us and then is imposed on us. We are working together with them. That is really helping up to speed up the process, be faster, be more agile, and that is something where we could probably be a bit faster also in Europe and do these kind of things. So it's probably a bit of both. We have a lot of things, and we tend to complain a lot about things, but...
What do you complain about?
About regulation, everything is going too slow. But we need to grab the opportunities that are there. And the customers have specific needs. So it's not that everything is kind of not possible and not allowed. My argument is, let's use what we have, and there's a lot there already, but work on the other things, and there are good practices. the one I just mentioned in the UK, to speed up the things, because speed is one of the things where we are not so good at.
Very good. Marianne, you have interacted with lots of startups in the ecosystem in Europe. You're hearing from them about all the different types of implementation, innovation. Give us a bit of a flavor of where the conversation is going, and what is the community of startups in Europe saying about AI and the role that the bloc has today?
If I start from the good things, one, I think Europe has a lot of talent. There's a lot of people. I mean, our STEM education is going the right direction. We're educating a lot of people to help us grow the next wave of technology companies from this region, which is great. Then if I think about sorry to complain a little bit, where I hope we could be more bullish and visionary is not to only think about our competitiveness coming from Europe in our industries where we've used to be strong at. Because if you look at where growth has come from in the last 20 years, it's really the internet technology companies that have grown the global industry. And now if we set our bar as success in EU to bringing our current companies AI native or AI driven, that's great. We need to do that. But on top of that, I would really want to see us actually building the next global winners and growth stories from EU. It doesn't have to necessarily be in, like the generative models, but this is basically the next internet wave, and we should definitely be on board. And then where the big debate right now is that as this is being regulated, and we very warmly, though, welcome the simplification that the current Commission has a mandate for, a lot of founders are honestly speaking concerned. They don't know if what they're doing is compliant, and they might be a team of 4 people. They say we're kind of winging it right now because they don't know. And can they afford to hire a policy person as their 5th employee when they don't have revenue? No.
That doesn't sound too simple.
It is not.
And you talk about simplification. What do you mean exactly? What would you like to see?
What we would like to see is not just within the AI Act, but across the board of all the different legislation the EU has recently brought, which, as a starting point, I mean, we want a level playing field, right? It's fantastic that we have a single market where we aim to, in one policy, operate across the entire continent, or almost the entire continent.
That's the dream.
That's the dream, right? We're not there yet, but where we also, I mean, you've all seen the Draghi report, right? There's 12% of SME profits go into GDPR compliance, for example. Is that where we want to be?
Lawyers have to eat at some point as well.
So need engineers.
So engineers as well. Before we continue our discussion, this is the time when I'm hoping that the tech will work and that we will see on our screens here the results of the poll. I'm hoping that it will happen. I'm usually pretty bad at IT, so I tend to jinx it, but here we are. So you can see a bit of the areas where people think that AI is going to have a significant impact in the next 3 to 5 years, to your point, Uwe. So people were really paying attention to what you were saying. Very, very interesting. Eva, I think that you were talking about the AI race, and I think that you really laid out very clearly the 2 different approaches, but you did talk about China as a common enemy. I don't know if you used the word enemy. Maybe I did it. I'm editorializing myself.
I didn't use it.
No, just to be clear, I used it. China as the enemy, common enemy. Tell us a little bit more about the thinking in that regard, to have a united approach, US and Europe.
I mean, I don't think it can be necessarily united. The way I see it is that there is potential for collaboration or for some sort of a partnership. I think it's quite probable that the US would like to include Europe in its coalition, if we can say it, against China. And the reason why I predict that to a certain extent is because the US has limited alternatives for strategic allies on this topic. And we host a certain critical technological assets, such as ASML, as I've mentioned, which is a key player in the high-end chip production. But as I mentioned, would that be possible would very much depend on Europe. We are at the moment quite ambiguous where we stand when it comes to China. For instance, we have some European AI companies that utilize services from Chinese providers such as DeepSeek, which offers clearly a very niche service at lower cost than some of the US alternatives or even European alternatives. So I do believe this could be a potential point of partnership. It is underdeveloped from a European perspective, I believe. Or at least somebody might be developing something, but we are not aware, we are not informed, we haven't seen a plan or a strategy.
Lucila, what is our take on China?
Well, it's not my role to comment on what is a Commission General take on China. I can tell you something that I think about DeepSeek. So, I mean, I look at DeepSeek in a way that shows that there is an opportunity for Europe. You know, DeepSeek has produced a model which is not as large as maybe the current American generations of generative AI models. And shows that it is possible also to develop models with less resources in terms of also less computing resources, although of course nobody knows exactly how much computing has gone into the development of DeepSeek. But I think it shows that it is also possible for other developers, including from the European Union, to develop models that are smaller, but that are very capable and effective. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that we should just sit on our laurel and say, okay, we are going to do small models and that's great. I still think that we should push in our investment for being able to develop a more frontier model. And that's why in the competitiveness compass, we have also addressed the fact that we intend to invest in Europe in what we call gigafactories. These are, you know, on top of the AI factories that we already have, which leverage the supercomputers we have in the European Union. They're linked to data. We want to build also bigger data centers because we really need to have this kind of computing capacity to be able to facilitate the training of large models in the European Union and also the development of new businesses, like was mentioned earlier.
Very interesting. Uwe, how does this China question play into the things that you've been talking about? And we saw in the results, the healthcare is quite high. So how do we intersect that with the geopolitics?
Now, in principle, we believe AI can only work in networks with partnerships fully integrated. Now, at the same time, working in healthcare, we have really a special responsibility. So we are dealing with the life of our people, with ourselves. So we need to make sure that AI is being deployed safely and obviously also effective, and that people are able to trust AI and to trust, you know, with what's happening there. And for that, we have developed in Philips a number of AI principles that are our guiding principles when we deploy AI, and our partners need to comply with them. So it's robustness, fairness, trustworthiness, things like this. And we have developed now a responsible AI framework, which is basically the guiding principle, the guiding framework for picking partners, working with researchers, with startups, and with anybody else. And we ask ourselves always the question, can we do it? Technically, are we allowed to do it from a regulatory perspective? But also the question, should we do it from an ethical perspective? So this is really being implemented. It's implemented across the board, from research over product development, sales, service. So it's going through the whole company. And in that sense, we look at all the partners around the globe, whether will they fulfill these requirements or not. And if not, then the company is out, whether it comes from China or anywhere else.
Very good. Marianne, how are you having any discussions on this point of China, or how do you see it from your perspective? Healthcare is quite tangible because, you know, it's people's lives, as you said, but there might be other
in our industry, we're ultimately a hyper-local service where what you do in your neighborhood counts. So for our livelihoods, what actually matters much more is the hyper-local decision-making and what people in your neighborhood care about. I fully agree with you on when applying AI, on setting the standards and transparency, trust. This is the baseline that we need to build across all companies utilizing AI.
Okay, very good. We are getting a lot of questions and interest, which is really good and we only have 10 minutes, so a good problem to have more questions that we could answer. It reminds me that 5.5 years ago, when I was pitching stories about AI Act to my editors, they would put the phone down immediately, but the world has changed. So I have a question here from Raquel Jorge, who asks, how do we balance the current initiatives on economic security, such as export control regimes on advanced AI chips, with the EU's efforts to develop AI? Who wants to take that question? Lucila?
Well, I can just say that we certainly do not appreciate that the US have put export controls which split the European countries into 2 tiers. And this is done in particular for the very advanced chips, the GPUs, that we need in our supercomputers, by the way, to train AI. So we do not appreciate any attempt to split the single market that remains, our real objective of our policies. But Eva said it earlier, let's not forget that in the European Union, we have ASML, which produces the machines that then are used in Taiwan to produce these chips that are actually designed in the United States by mostly one company. So you see it's a very delicate balance here in a very vulnerable also supply chain.
Very interesting. Eva, do you want to come? And then Marianne?
No, I'm
okay,
fine.
Marianne?
Yeah, what I was about to say is also kind of a silver lining here, is that if you think about it on a daily basis, where are the innovations in this space taking place? They are in the small companies, in the startups that our talent in this region has. They are in bigger companies like Philips with your technology teams, or growth companies like Walt, like every day developing technologies and making Europe, or putting us more in the frontier of AI as well. And for our day-to-day, the chips are not the most heated discussion topic. They're rather, do we have the talent that we need? Do we have clarity on the regulation, what we're building, that is this legal? Also, how much time do we need to spend on making sure that what we do is compliant? So I think we also have a lot of, we can focus on our own things as well, and making sure that we're set competitively in Europe.
Very good.
I mean, maybe I will. I would actually briefly comment, and I think it goes a little bit to Marianne's point. I mean, this is clearly a very strategic issue. So we should have responded very clearly, because we cannot be part of our countries put in a second tier, such as, countries that probably do not have any AI industry. So I think if you look at it strategically, without the hardware and part of this infrastructure, we cannot be part of, if we want to be part of the race, be part of it. So when it comes to economic security, it comes first and foremost before you start thinking, what can I develop and how I can be competitive? So we need to be extremely serious. We need to be negotiating with this administration to make sure that European companies are in par, that there's no difference in between they're treated of who can buy and who cannot access, and so on and so forth. So I would like to see a little bit more clear eye and strategy coming from the institutions and member states on that.
So on this point, Eva, and to be on par and winning this race and all the things that you said, do you think that there should be a scaling back on the rules, maybe water them down? So because there's no AI rules in the US, right? So maybe we should scrap the AI Act.
I mean, I've never said that, and now we have 6
it's a question.
minutes,
It's
and
a question.
you're putting a question here that would require a lot of clarity. One of the initial points that I spoke earlier is where perhaps there is a certain amount of conflict in between the EU and US, and that was when it comes to AI safety, to ethics, and to all the regulatory concerns that are out there. And my point was that Some of those technologies, and I think this is going back to my other initial points on narratives. Currently, there's one narrative. And how about if we talk about the narrative that those technologies may struggle to meet the requirements of the EU AI Act? Currently, no one seems to be able to guarantee that they can meet those requirements. Well, isn't this somewhat concerning for us as a society as well? I mean, you know me for quite some time where I stand and how to strike the balance and how I advocate for more competitiveness. But I think this is also a conversation to be had. I mean, yeah, so it's becoming increasingly uncertain whether AI companies can ensure that their products adhere to those ethical guidelines and regulations that are being outlined in the AI Act. And I think this is a fair conversation to be had as well. Again, by outlining the different approaches, it's one thing if you want to militarize AI and win a war, and it's a different thing if you want to deploy it in your economy. It's two different conversations. And somehow the narratives make them one and the same, but they're not.
Yeah, very interesting. Lucille?
Well, I think that as we start implementing the AI Act, because let's not forget that most of the rules of the AI Act are not yet applicable, and that these rules are not even to be applied retrospectively. So this has to be very clear. So I don't buy when people tell me I'm not going to put an AI or I'm not very competitive in AI. We're not very competitive because of the AI Act. I'm sorry, I do not buy this narrative.
Since it hasn't even kicked in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you have to remember that the AI Act is based on risk. So it introduces rules only for a very limited number of applications and use cases. We will be producing guidelines, and we're also working a lot very closely with the people who are responsible for the medical device regulation or the machinery regulation or the radio equipment regulation to make sure that all this implementation of these regulations is aligned and it's easy for companies to navigate. And as I said earlier, we are really committed to go out and help all those SMEs that may have difficulties in implementing the AI Act. We will set up a service desk. It means that people can ask questions. We will put available tools that people can understand if they are captured by the AI Act or not, keeping in mind again that the AI Act is only for a very specific number of applications.
I like this idea, also the hotline. So you'll have, who will be answering these questions from the Commission?
Yeah, we will, and we will be providing
But is it like experts, like legal experts or engineers? What type of people will be answering these questions?
Well, it will be part of our office. So it will be people who are expert in the AI Act, and I'm not saying that we will be answering each question individually, but we will be publishing notices on the basis of the question we receive, and we may even be using AI at some point to be able to answer some of these questions.
Very, very interesting. So, Marianne, to your question of the 4-people startup, the answer is clear. Hire an engineer and not a lawyer. You heard it here.
Sounds promising. One thing I would also wish here is that when all of this gets implemented, it's also implemented in a harmonized way across all the EU states, because one thing we also face is that when we have our businesses scaling across countries, different member states end up implementing different EU regulation in a bit their own ways. And honestly speaking, then it easily ends up to growth companies having to do one thing 19 or 25 times again, because it's a bit different everywhere. And if it's a bit different, it is different.
Uwe?
Well, I mean, we believe that we need a certain regulatory framework. So we need to have this. We don't believe in everybody can do everything, whatever he or she wants. So we are not believing in the right of the strongest. When it comes to the specific workout of these regulations, we sometimes get into trouble. Indeed, the AI Act is really, to a degree, overlapping and contradictory to the medical device regulation. So we need to see, how we're going to sort this. And coming back to my example before, it would be good to talk first about the things and then implement, instead of kind of bringing it out and then we struggle. Most importantly is indeed that we're going to get things implemented fast and in a harmonized way. That is what we are missing the most in Europe. The scale, which was mentioned already a number of times today, that is actually where North America and that China has an advantage where we need to get our, not only the AI act, but really our act together, that we are appearing as one Europe as much as possible.
No, very interesting. In the sort of minute that we have left, I think that it would be interesting to hear from each of our panelists of one takeaway. AI can become a very broad encompassing subject that goes in different directions. But if there was one thing, Marianne, that you want our audience, who's been telling us, by the way, that they really like this excellent event, thank you very much. What is the one key takeaway?
Let's shoot for the stars to land on the moon and not regulate ourselves and shoot ourselves in our own leg.
Very good.
Focus on the usage of AI and try to solve really concrete problems with that instead of looking at it in a very generic way.
Well, for us in the AI office is really focus on innovation policies, make sure AI is this opportunity that Europe needs to exploit. And at the same time, as we implement the AI Act, really make sure that we make that very simple and easy for companies to do and creating coherence, as was raised earlier. We are fully committed to that.
It's a tricky one, and I think I spoke enough, to be honest, and wonderful conclusions here on the panel. But maybe, there's so much loudness out there. I spoke about the hype. I spoke about the buzz. Maybe it's about time that there is also a little bit more of confidence, loudness coming out from Europe that plays into our strengths. In order for us to be part of the narrative war, because we are after all on a panel where we talk and listen to one another, it would be important that we are confidently displaying our strengths out there. And when we have to defend, whether it's our democratic values, we cannot just leave it to those that are louder, however clearer very often compared to us, to win those narratives. Currently, there is a narrative playing out there against President Zelensky. He is being trolled by some of the leaders of this world. Where are us, the elves, defending one of the most important and greatest leaders of all time, at least according to me, impressive leaders? The same goes into any other directions. We cannot be let to be trolled all the time. We also need to believe in our strengths and that we have them, but we would need a clear strategy to get there. And I kind of feel we're in a panic mode of what do we do first, and that never really helps. So I would like to see that we are, I believe, more powerful than we think we are as Europe, but we'll need to play to those trends. We need to believe them. There has to be some room for optimism that we have a hold on that and that we can be that continent that, has a voice in the world one more time and be followed, not just follow.
Thank you so much for that very inspiring ending and to our panelists and for your time. And I hand back to Cecilia.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, amazing panel, right? Aren't they great? Yeah? No, so just, I was listening to the final remarks, and honestly, I think these are the dialogues that we need, and thank you for, let's take leadership. I think we share the vision of a strong Europe, a united Europe, where public sector and private sector really works together. And I think this panel really embodies what it could be if we move even faster and even closer. So a big thank you to all of you and for doing this panel and for bringing AI into life, not only in regulation but also in real life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Uwe. Hey, Lucilla. Thank you so much. Hey, good to see you. Thank you. And yes, talking about great leaders, well, for sure, I do share Eva's analysis of one of the greatest leaders in time. He was a TV personality, and now he's leading a war for the third year in a row. And without leadership, and without being blunt and able to basically say what we mean and stand behind those words, well, we wouldn't be able to move anywhere. And every year, we give an award, the Masters of Digital Award, to someone who has done like outstanding work for digitalization in Europe. And I think we have had many candidates. We could have looked at Ninisto, who talks about protection of critical infrastructure. We could have put at Draghi. We could say Zelensky, which might have been also a very good winner. There are many who has really done a huge difference for digitalization this year. Well, this year I am super proud to announce the winner of the Digital Europe Award. He is a person that really understands scalability. He's talking about it's much more than a market. He knows the force of digitalization on scalability and economic strength. And he's talking to all of us to basically have more European integration in the energy, in digital, in finance, and to ensure that we become a digital economic powerhouse. He has been the Prime Minister of Italy and is right now the Dean and Professor of the EI University in Italy. So with that, let me announce, is he going to be here? He's going to be here. He's not going to be here, he's going to be here. Hey. So first of all, Enrico, a huge congratulations. I would have loved to give you this. Where are you? You're there. Give you this in your hand. You have been a big inspiration for not only for me, but also for my full team. Based on your thoughts, we also published a paper called The Single Market Love Story, talking about the love between companies and the single market and how we need to get married again, on the scalability of doing business and the idea that, in fact, Europe's idea was an idea of a unified, scalable market. Your thoughts are shaping what we need, scale and speed. And you have given us inspiration as industry leaders to basically see that what we believed was true, even from a public sector perspective. You stand out as an exceptional thought leader, and I urge you to, in your new role, to continue to preach for the not only to the converted, but also everybody who needs to follow, that we need a more unified single market, we need scale, and we need speed. Let me pass the word to you, Enrico Letta.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you all. I'm so happy, and frankly speaking, I think I don't deserve this award. You deserve this award for many reasons, because you were all fantastic in helping me in this journey and in the preparation of the report. I think the report worked because it was a collective exercise. You decided to bet on this exercise. We met many times since the first time at the very beginning of my journey to prepare the report. And I'm very, very proud of friendship and the work that we had together. So I would like to extend my warm thanks to all your team, to you personally, because you were for me a source of inspiration and a very important boost also in the moments in which it was difficult to understand or to feel that this exercise could be useful. And when I saw, I have to tell you very frankly, when I saw the competitiveness compass and the decisions from the Commission taking seriously what we had together in this exercise, frankly speaking, I was very much satisfied because of the result of a collective exercise. So I'm sorry not being with you in Brussels. I'm in Madrid because my new university, my new job at university is at IE University in Madrid. I'm the new dean of the School of Politics, Economics and Global Affairs. But I'm ready to continue to keep working with you on many issues. I think We have to implement these ideas. And the most important point, Cecilia, and this is why your role was so important, the momentum is there. The complete ecosystem, environment, general feeling around these topics changed in the last year. And today there's a general push. So I stop here by thanking you so much. It's really an honor, a great privilege. And the most important part is that it was an honor and a privilege working together until now. And I ask you, please, do not leave me alone in this work. Thank you very much.
I will not. I actually plan to send my daughter, who's studying digital management, to come and attend your classes. So a big hand, Enrico Letta, fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for your, and the word is yours. A well-deserved tribute to Enrico Letta, and with that, we actually are terminating this part of the conference. Please do stick around and also to the end, because we have our big birthday cake for our 25th anniversary. But now, we say without, food and drink, the soldier cannot go and fight, right? So now, go and get some drinks and some food and some energy, network, meet great people, and see you back here after the break. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. If everyone could please take a seat so we can kick off this afternoon, which is going to be full of interesting conversations. So my name is Kate Bolingaro, and I am the managing editor for Europe at MLEX. I'm the moderator for this panel. And I'd like to invite our speakers to please join me on stage. Hello, how are you?
With the order of the pictures. Yeah. So try to recognize your face.
We match the picture.
Yeah.
So first step, easy, done.
I am Katie. Sandra, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So with me today, I have Michele Centemero, who's the EVP of Regional Services Leader Europe MasterCard, Sandra Sarav, Deputy Secretary General for Economy and Innovation from Estonia, Minna Hella, the CEO of Technology Industries Finland, and Katie McGinty, Vice President and Chief Sustainability and External Relations Officer at Johnson Controls. So thank you everyone for being here with us today. We're going to talk about data and data for innovation and what will the world look like in 2030. Data is the driving force behind the next wave of innovation. The ability to harness and share data will shape breakthroughs in AI, healthcare, sustainability, and beyond. This panel is going to be looking at how data-driven insights are unlocking new frontiers, transforming industries, and reshaping the way we live and work. With the EU's data union strategy laying the groundwork for a thriving data economy, how can Europe maximize its innovation potential? What incentives do companies need to embrace new data ecosystems? We're going to take a look at best practices in data sharing, emerging opportunities, and the role of international data flows in Europe's export-driven economy. So we do have a poll for this panel. So if you're with us in person or online, please do give us your opinion on what is the biggest barrier to data-driven innovation in Europe. Is it regulatory uncertainty, limited data sharing, or lack of investment? And we'll come back later on in this discussion to find out what the results are. So let's jump right in to the first question. My first question is for you, Michele. How is MasterCard leveraging data to drive innovation, and what groundbreaking advancements could we see in the next 5 years if data's full potential is unlocked?
Thank you. So let's start saying that we are living in a world that is collecting data every day. So the expectation for this year is to reach 200 zillion of data stored globally. As MasterCard, we are collecting 19 petabytes of data every year, coming from the 150 trillion of transactions, right? So it's a big number, but we are assessing the data in a very pragmatic way. So MasterCard is privacy by design because we don't know the user. The user is only known by the banks that issue the card. So we know that we have a card issued by, I don't know, UniCredit, spending in Milano or in Brussels, doing certain things. And this is tremendously important because managing such a big amount of data and working closely with the bank, we can double anonymize this data and we can create lots of information that can help SME, merchant, bank to do differently and a better business. This is absolutely important. And the same passion to keep the customer integrity at the center is used for AI. We use AI since more than a decade. And we started using, obviously, machine learning, predictive AI, and now generative AI. Why I'm talking about AI? Not because it's a buzzword, but because we use in 3 major areas. So to keep the payment protected, to keep the information of the consumer protected. The second area is to be able to customize even better and more the experience for the consumer. think about the new engagement in e-commerce, right? So now you can activate a conversation with, I don't know, Michael Kors in the US, starting saying, I need to attend the graduation of my daughter, so help me in, choosing the appetite. Because customer and consumer are looking for a support by AI, so they are looking for someone that can simplify even more the journey. But what is important for this audience is the third bucket, and for me is the digital identity, meaning that the digital identity can unlock not only the payment, but can unlock different potentiality in everything, and the connection between a government, corporate, the community is exactly in this direction. So let's focus all together in the digital identity, how to simplify, how to extend this line of business, how to keep protection of the data, and why not to enlarge also the data contents that are part of the digital identity, right? You can start not only for the biometric, not only for the private information, but you can extend to everything, including the size of your body, right? For the e-commerce, and you can simplify a shipment and reducing the movement of goods because you don't need to ship back. So identity as part of the data is completely managed by artificial intelligence. And this is the area in which altogether we need to partner to simplify and to keep the privacy, the centricity at the very core.
Sandra, Estonia leads in digitalization. How has data been a key to improving services for citizens and businesses?
Sorry, Estonia leads in digitalization. Yes, it does. But the second part of your question?
How has data been key to improving services for citizens and businesses?
Well, I mean, without data, there are no services. And I think we've only started talking about data when we have started talking about new technologies, because we need to share this data. But data is anything. I mean, anything we do produces data. Estonia started with digitalization at the end of 1990s already. And we didn't speak of AI. It was probably one of the AI winters at the time. We didn't speak of AI or big data or data analytics. But whatever we did, we still based our decisions on data. And for a small country such as Estonia, there is no other way. If we are not efficient with using proper data for decision making, then we're not efficient. Estonia is a country of 1.3 million people. We're the fourth smallest EU member state. However, as of end of last year, Estonia is 100% digital when it comes to government services. Do you know what is the last service that we digitalized in Estonia? Yes, it's a divorce. So as of end of last year, you can now also get a divorce online. We wanted to hold back because there were too many divorces happening, but we still had to digitalize it. So now my parents can also get a divorce. But as I mentioned, for any of the decision making that we do in government, we focus on data, and it's just that we cannot afford to do anything in any other way. So data is not a buzzword that only came along with AI. And I mean, but we have done things wrong as well. In Estonia, we just figured that even though we are 100% digital, for companies, there are 420 different reports that companies need to submit to the government. And this is not the worst part. The worst part is we took those reports into bits and pieces, and we realized that we asked too much data. So these 420 different reports amount to 60,000 different sets of data we ask. And this is not even the worst part. The worst part is that 90% of this data is duplicated. So we started taking these reports one by one, started standardizing the data. And last year alone, when we took only 3 of the main reports, which consisted of 3,000 different data sets being asked, we got them down to 80. So we reduced for 90%. So for us, using data is to make lives easier for our citizens so they can get a divorce faster, and for businesses so they can actually work on the business content that they need to do as opposed to reporting to the government.
And Minna, how is Finland's tech sector using data to fuel innovation? Any concrete examples?
Yes, thank you. Happy to be here in the panel. I think the most important things are trust and collaboration in this order. first trust and then collaboration when we talk about data. Of course, we are not so good in AI use, as we saw earlier when Cecilia started this event. She said that only 14% of European companies uses AI, and we all know that AI uses data. And when we think about companies, if you don't collect data, use AI, then you are dead. But using the language models, it doesn't bring any competitive edge because everybody's doing that. So you have to have something more. Maybe use your own data, and better still, use the data that you have in the value chains between companies. And that requires collaboration. Data sharing, I think, is the key for innovation, because the innovations don't necessarily are built there in the companies, but they are built when you collaborate with others, with other companies, your customers in the value chain. There, the best innovations are there between the companies. But it's not possible if you are not willing to share information and share data. And that's really difficult, because you don't do it if you don't trust. And let me tell you that I know something about trust, because actually I used to be a strike negotiator. I've been in technology industry now for 7 years, but before that I was a strike negotiator. And strikes are conflict situations, and I've negotiated about 50 very difficult conflicts at the labor market. And I've seen in the negotiations that when people don't trust each other, they won't tell anything. They just keep back. They hide their motivations, they hide their interests, they hide the knowledge. And if they don't give it out to the other party, then it's impossible to negotiate a result, because you need information in negotiations in order to get a result. And if if information is shared, then actually the result can be 1 + 1 can be 3. It can be more than what the parties have. And the same goes to companies as well. If you are trusting the other companies in your value chain, if you trust your customers, you can actually innovate more. 1 + 1 can be 3. And I think this is the key element. And how we have tackled this in Finland, we have this innovation tool, which is called the lead company model. And it means that when there are certain areas where we want to have more innovation, for example, health tech or AI use in manufacturing, then there is a lead company chosen. And the lead company, which is usually a bigger company, creates an ecosystem with smaller companies, research institutions, and then they start to innovate together. And then public R&D money is allocated to that ecosystem to foster innovation between the companies, between the large and small companies, and the research institutions are there also. And I think this is a really great model, because it enhances trust in the ecosystem and enhances innovation. And I think this is something that can be used and should be used also at the European Union level. So this could be a path forward to have more innovation and more commercialized innovation and more scale up, what we have been talking here all day. And this has, when we talk about numbers, in 4 years this has created over 2 billion euros of private R&D funding from the companies, this model. So I think this could be a path forward for Europe.
And Katie, from your perspective, how is your organization approaching using AI and data in its sector?
Yeah, indeed. Well, maybe I should start first. A big thank you to be able to participate. This has been an incredibly stimulating day. So my company is called Johnson Controls, and it may be one of the oldest companies that you never heard of, but we're 140 years young, headquartered in Ireland, and we are totally about buildings. So we do building operating systems, and I think for this gathering, uniquely, we have an end-to-end digital platform that knocks the silos down between those operating systems and enhances the operational productivity of buildings. So in terms of a vision, picking up what does the world look like in 2030, so the vision that we have is that these buildings become autonomous and generative. What do we mean? So they are generative of more energy than they're consuming. They're generative of more water than they're consuming. They're generative of clean, healthy air so that people are happy, healthy, and productive in them. If that's a big vision, it is a far shot from where we are today for sure, because buildings happen to be the sector of our economy least penetrated by data. We saw this in the height of COVID. So massive shutdown or drawdown in population in commercial buildings, 80% reduction in that population, but only a 20% reduction in the energy consumed. The reason for that is buildings today are totally analog. They are a giant on-off switch. Really bad things happen when the switch goes to off. The pipes freeze. The building floods. Your computer shuts down and you did not save your data. We are aiming to change that. To step back and give one other big picture, when we can put digital systems to work, buildings transform from just a dead weight on the balance sheet to an organic, flexible asset that can function like a battery. So in terms of our customers, enabling them to evolve from something that is a big cost center, usually second or third biggest drain on a P&L, to where it is an asset that, for example, can sell power back to the grid. And lastly, I would just say, in terms of where we are right now today with customers, so one pharmaceutical company, just as one example, it was already living in a state-of-the-art green certified building. The problem is without data and digital systems, all of that green architecture is siloed in the basement of the building. When you put the digital platform across it, then the HVAC system is talking to the security systems, to the lights, to the computer monitors. And what were we able to achieve? An 80% reduction in the energy costs of the building, 90% reduction in the greenhouse gases from that building, and especially in a pharma company that found out a little late that they were downwind of wildfires. With data and digital, that building had sensors deployed and wound up with the cleanest, healthiest air. So it's a double bottom line proposition of happier, healthier people and lessened energy bills and greenhouse gas footprint.
Michele, what are the biggest challenges facing Europe's data economy today?
So the first one is the usability of data, meaning being sure to have the right data quality, to have the right access to the data, right? And also to the right level of compliance. So this is why we are working every day to try to remove or reduce the friction about the usage of data. The second one was on screen out as the first in the polls, meaning we need to build a sharing platform, ecosystem, let's call it.
We have it in Estonia, I can tell about you later.
Thank you. You can easily compliment, right? So this is important because, it's so important to connect the dots, to use the data in the right approach, and also to be to play in the right level to unlock competition also, right? Or to put Europe at the same level of the competition. And the third one for me is back on the digital intelligence or identity intelligence that I said at the beginning, because it's so important that we create something at EU level. So in every single country we are doing lots of investment, lots of good stuff to digitalize everything, but the goal should be to create a right level of integration between all the EU inhabitants.
And Sandra, how is Estonia adapting to the rapid evolution of the data economy? Any best practices that EU policymakers should take note of?
Yes, well, I started with bringing the examples of 420 different reports we have been trying to push at the EU level. I mean, the simplification is something we cannot really wait. And I like what Cecilia said earlier on the stage when she started off with the day, that it's easy to simplify not the existing things, but the things that have not come on the table yet. So in Estonia, we have been, for the past 3-4 years, we have been telling the Commission, please cut down on regulation. We're trying this approach called regulate once only. So everyone knows once only for the data principle, ask data only once. But what is not done in the EU correctly is we don't regulate once only. And very concrete examples can come from platform economy. So we first had the DAC 7 directive, which asked for tax data, which is completely okay. You should share this data, who earned how much on your platform. Then fast forward a few years, we had the short-term rental regulation, which was opt-in, opt-out, which then asked from platform accommodation companies to share data, again, with your local authorities. However, the same data was already shared with DAC 7, but within the DAC 7, it was written that you cannot share the data that was used for the purpose of this directive for any other reason. And then we had VIDA, the V18 Digital Age Directive, which again asked for data. So we regulate the same economy from different angles over and over again. We don't regulate only once. We don't even withdraw irrelevant regulations. We just put more and more of those on the table. So this is definitely something which Europe should figure out. The second thing which we hopefully do in Estonia is we listen to the companies. At least in my team, there is no piece of regulation, no governmental degree, nothing we do without consulting with the companies. And I mean, Europe is a massive single market. We have 447 million citizens. I don't know how many companies. It's clear we cannot reach out to all of those companies. But when we speak to the 5 biggest suspects, and which happen to be American tech companies, then clearly we don't understand what we are regulating. And I attend the European Commission, European Council, council meetings as well, but the council meetings, and it's just ministers talking to one another, reading notes, saying, we in Estonia believe that by 2030, and none of them talk to the companies. How can we regulate anything if we don't understand who we are regulating? So we try to make this difference. So
nobody wants to divorce you. Everybody wants to marry you.
Well, I'm already married, sorry. Yeah, and the third thing is really, I mean, we shouldn't, use digital technologies for the sake of using digital technologies. We should only use them if we understand what is the power. I think it was a few years ago when blockchain was all the hype. Name one service that is on blockchain, except for cryptocurrency, So nobody uses this hype anymore. So we go along in Europe with any new hype without actually realizing what is it good for. And even worse, we regulate this hype before it can become a hype. So these are the 3 things which I hope we're doing right in Estonia, and I hope Europe can get right as well.
Minna, what opportunities do you see in the EU's data union strategy, and how can EU policymaking in data sharing better support tech-driven industries in Finland?
It's very good to continue to what Sandra talked about, the companies. I so agree with you. I think EU should not work on the companies, it should work with the companies and really listen to the companies. For example, our member companies say that they are holding back their digitalization investments because they don't know how to apply regulation. They don't, for example, know how AI Act and GDPR are applied together. It's impossible. So they are holding back. And this is not good because we need growth, and we need that desperately. And only the companies can do it with the help of the legislators. And what should be done? Of course, no new legislation. That would be the first thing. No new legislation, simplification of the current one. Well, everybody has said the same thing today, so I really hope that it's going forward and fast. We really need that. Then we have to, because I'm a lawyer, so and people have to. We have a legislation, and we are going to have it in the future, but it should be really easy to apply in the companies. And we can use regulatory technology to help companies. So all the legal instruments, all the regulations should be made in a way that it can be, like the appliance of it can be digitalized, can be automated. So it should be like RegTech friendly, or the regulation. And then we should, third point, we should advance supply chain digitalization, because, and this links also to reporting requirements. And it doesn't help, for example, the small companies that they are not in the scope of the reporting requirements, because everybody knows that when big companies need the data, they want it from all the companies in the value chain. But if this can be automated, that would be really, really helpful. And initiatives such as digital product passport could be something that could help. So that is a really good, that would be a good initiative, for example. And actually our SMEs say that in value chains, the digitalization and automation of reporting requirements is a must-win battle, because you just can't afford the effort of time that this reporting requires. And then the fourth point on my list would be support the networks. And actually, you can do a lot of stuff with small money. And I have an example of that from my organization. We in Technology Industries of Finland have invested 30 million euros recently to boost AI in the Finnish industry. And we have used 1 million euros of that money to build up an AI network, a new AI network. And in that network, companies, they exchange their experiences, and those who use AI, those who build it, and those who produce it can work together. And we just started this network less than 1 year ago, and now it already has over 400 member companies, this network. And we are a small country, so it's a big amount of companies. And for only just 1 million euro investment, we could build this up. So you should really support this kind of networks, and you really can get the bang for the buck with this kind of networks.
And Katie, one final question for you. How is Johnson Controls harnessing data AI and automation to help your customers reach net zero goals?
Yeah, you bet. So picking up on net zero, so when we think about climate change, people think about solar and wind and electric vehicles, and absolutely key parts of the solution. But here's the bad news. Bad news is that buildings are almost 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So there's no decarbonizing the climate without decarbonizing buildings. Now, right now, it's not the most popular topic to say, hey, let's all take on carbon reduction goals and climate action. And so what we're trying to do with data and digital, but really a trifecta of technologies, it's about efficiency, electrification, and digitalization, changes that 40% a burden on the climate to a major opportunity to bolster the bottom line. We've heard a lot of discussion today about the very unsettling times that we are in, geopolitically, macroeconomics, and even in data, digital AI. It's disruptive. Right now, and I think the insights shared here, business are about capital preservation. Every euro, every dollar needs to go to growth. So how do we tie this decarbonization mission to that imperative? And it's all about when you put the technologies to work, you slash the costs that are not going to growth. I love what I've heard here in terms of the vision of government leaders saying, we can be a convener to bring businesses together with new technologies and solutions. And other businesses might not find this to be a popular thing to say. We don't need money from government. What we do need is, usually when Johnson Controls shows up at a customer, they're like, oh, you're the HVAC guys and girls. There's the elevator, push B. B is for basement, not boardroom. And so to break through and to be able to say, just sharing one example from our own factory, when we broke through and said, we are going to modernize and decrease the emissions from this factory, one, we cut the emissions 43%. The energy cost savings were so great that the upgrades paid for themselves, and we saved $960,000 a year on energy and operating costs. But we gotta be able to get to senior level decision makers to drive that message home, and then to be able to deliver not only the upgrade of your buildings, but because the savings are so great, there's no need for an upfront payment because the savings pay for the upgrade itself. So I think the opportunity to put technology to work for critical industries in the EU and elsewhere to make sure they have the most modern cutting-edge equipment, that they are dramatically cutting operating costs and doing the right thing by the climate all at the same time. So we just need an audience to be able to deliver the message. And government leaders who get it, talking to businesses, I think you're doing a great service, so thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Now let's go to our poll results. Let's see what everyone here thinks. Can we get that up on the screen? So we see limited data sharing as been identified as the biggest barrier to data-driven innovation in Europe. Interesting results, reflecting a lot of the conversation we've been having now about data and sharing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's about regulatory uncertainty. I think it's about too much regulation. We're quite certain what the regulation is, and we know there's too much of it.
We do have a couple questions from the audience as well, so I'm just going to turn over there. So please, if you do have any other questions, please do submit them, and I receive them here on Slido, and I can read them out for our panelists. Does the current EU regulatory framework, such as GDPR or the Data Act, hinder companies and public sectors from effective collaboration or data transaction?
I think I just already answered that question earlier when I said that our member companies say that they don't know how to apply these two regulations together.
Exactly. And
so there's the answer.
And if these days we talk that Europe, the Data Protection Authority in Ireland is discussing, can we use EU citizens' personal data for training of generative AI because the GDPR might not allow it, then we're going to be screwed if we don't allow to train generative AI in Europe. Then this is going to be the face of those companies who have developed it, and it's not going to be the face of Europe. So we might as well not use it at all then. Yeah.
And Estonia is 100% online. This is about the divorce question. Even divorces, to be an efficient nation, but how is AI used in e-government ecosystem? Okay, yes.
I can answer that. Back in 2017 or 18, we launched our first governmental AI strategy. By 2020, we had 50 different AI use cases, but it was not, again, specifically seeing where we can use AI, but was seeing which services can we streamline from, where should we send the traffic police, considering the previous traffic accidents, fines, etc., to literally, if you become unemployed again, how likely is that this person will become unemployed again, what jobs to recommend them. Of course, now with the AI Act, we're going to see how much we can use those services. To my area, which is helping businesses, so currently we're almost ready with basically, it's called the Business Viability Index. So based on all the data that companies share with the government, we're going to give you something back. So it's an AI tool that companies themselves can use to see if and whether they become insolvent and what to do differently. So this is based on the tax data that they share, their employment data, how much they pay their employees. So this tool is not for the government to use, it's only for the company to use, and it sees whether I pay my employees too little or too much, so it can be adjusted with the market, and it only compares similar company with a similar company. So it doesn't compare, I don't know, a big grocery store chain with a small grocery store in your local city. It compares a similar hotel to another hotel, and it gives you feedback to the background of what you should do differently. So we build different types of tools, but we build them to see where the problems are. There are way too many companies becoming insolvent in Estonia. So that's why we developed this tool, not that, okay, AI is cool, we should do something with it.
So I actually have a question. If you needed to define what the world would look like in 2030 when it comes to data and innovation in one word, what would it be and why?
Simple, safer, and smarter.
Times 3. I think agile, dynamic, able to be on the front foot and responding to where the opportunities are and squashing the challenges in real time.
One word is not enough, but it's going to be the same or worse as it is now, because it's 2025 now. 2030 is less than 5 years away. If we don't do anything, it's going to be the same. If we keep on doing what we do, it's going to be worse. So in order for us to have a better 2030, we need to change things. And these are exactly the things that were discussed in this panel. Deregulation, simplification, more data reuse, more clarification in terms of how data can be used. Only this way, it's a better 2030 than what it is now.
I think what we really need now is courage to do some bold moves. It's not enough to do some little things here and little things there. We should be brave enough to do bold moves, both in politics and also in companies, because companies are the ones who do it, after all. And the legislatures should have a clear vision and, of course, a lot of ambition. We can't go backwards. We have to go forward. We have to fight the climate change and so on. We have to have really high level of ambition, and of course we need boundaries, but in legislation, and we need legislation. But other than that, and we need standardized systems. But other than that, the regulators should just stay out of the way and let companies do things, innovate, and so that is what I hope. And now that we are talking about the marriage terms and divorce, and before you can get divorced, you have to be married first, and before you get married, you have to go on a date. I think everybody has been on a date in this room. I don't know, for some people it has been longer ago, and for some people maybe recently. But when you go on a date, when you meet someone new and inspiring, you really listen really well. You listen to every word. And you ask questions. Oh, that's interesting. Why do you say that? What are your experiences that you feel that way? And so on and so on. And you really concentrate. This should be something that I would like the companies to be heard like this.
Like you were on a first date.
Yeah, like being on a first date.
Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Katie, Sandra, Michele, and Minna, so much for your insights and for this fascinating discussion. We're going to let you have a nice afternoon. I think there's going to be a lot more discussions to come. And thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job.
So nice
fun.
to meet you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to head straight into the next session. The future of transatlantic cooperation, what lies ahead for businesses. I'd like to invite the speakers to please join me on stage. Hello.
I'm at least following the picture.
Yeah.
So the future of transatlantic cooperation, quite the big topic, quite the hot topic. I'm very much looking forward to discussing with all of you today what lies ahead for businesses. With the EU and US navigating complex geopolitical dynamics, businesses face both challenges and opportunities. The events of the past weeks have made clear that much is at stake. From steel and aluminum tariffs to call for reciprocity, transatlantic trade relations remain a focal point. Meanwhile, export controls, industrial policies, and newly announced tariffs have the potential to reshape global supply chains. Momentum is growing, and both the EU and US are moving forward with billions of AI investments. In a time of turbulent geopolitical change, what's next for businesses operating across the Atlantic? How should the EU and US collaborate to advance our shared peace and security? So we're going to be taking a look at the latest policy shifts and their impact on industry. And joining me today, I have Jeff Campbell, the Senior Vice President and Chief Government Strategy Officer from Cisco. Nana Louise Linda, Vice President of European Government Affairs at Microsoft. Dariusz Standerski, the Secretary of State Ministry of Digital Affairs in Poland. And Alex Arapov, the Chief Product Officer of Swarmer. Thank you so much for joining us today. So let's dive right in. Jeff, last weekend, Digital Europe Director General Bonifeld Dahl attended the Munich Security Conference and made Digital Europe's call for strong transatlantic collaboration. But what have we heard about all the controversies at the conference? How do you see the current state of transatlantic relations, and what are the biggest opportunities and challenges for companies like Cisco in navigating evolving policies on both sides of the Atlantic?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm not sure that this is the best week to be talking about the joys and wonders of the transatlantic relationship, obviously. And as somebody who's come here from Washington, I come in peace. I come in peace. And I've been having a lot of meetings through Brussels all week long this week, and I think when we get over the focus on some words that were said last week, very significant ones, but if we put all the focus there, we're going to miss what really is the essence of the transatlantic relationship, particularly from a business point of view. Our economies are completely intertwined. Our values and the way of operating as businesses are extremely similar. And this is not a situation where you're going to unscramble that egg. And the worst thing we could do is try to unscramble that egg because we have benefited enormously on both sides of the Atlantic from a tight relationship, from allowing innovation, allowing digital technologies to flow back and forth for the betterment of our economies, our societies, our people, our countries, and frankly for the world on that front. So what should we be thinking about on this going forward? The first is, I think we need to keep the dialogue across the Atlantic going and going forward, whether it is in a renewal of the TTC or whether it's in a reformed TTC with a potentially narrower agenda. We need to keep talking about economic dialogue across the ocean and working together to ensure that we can have harmonized rules of operation and that we do things that encourage innovation and growth. I think in sitting here in Brussels, I would be remiss not to mention that we need policies that are pro-innovation and pro-growth. And that doesn't mean the absence of regulation, but it does mean thinking about regulation, pausing before regulating, understanding what's going on, and intelligently addressing the questions in a way that leads towards investment, innovation, and growth. And it's the innovation, particularly that comes from the technology industry, that is driving growth around the world here. And so it's important on both sides of the Atlantic that we're pushing that going forward, and that we continue to make that the centerpiece of what we think about in our economic relationship.
And Nana Luisa, Microsoft has been a strong supporter of transatlantic cooperation over the years. What key areas should policymakers focus on to create a more predictable and innovation-friendly environment for businesses operating across both markets?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. And even though I'm European, based here, I also come with peace. No, I think I agree with a lot of what you said. I think there's really 3 things that I would recommend for Europe. And one has already been mentioned, I think, by Cecilia and others during the day of today, is really incentives for AI adoption. AI adoption will grow innovation, productivity. At the moment, we have in Europe 14% of companies adopting AI. In the US, it's 50%. In China, it's 80%. So we are really behind. But we can see that those companies that are and have adopted it, they are really being more competitive. They are biggest company in Europe, Novo Nordisk, have implemented AI, and I just talked to the chief scientist the other day to hear how they are advancing on their innovation and drug discovery process. It's really, really inspiring, and it makes them more competitive. And now I come to the transatlantic relationship, because, of course, in order to adapt AI, you need an infrastructure. You need the data centers, and at the moment, it's only American companies who have invested in that infrastructure. It's extremely expensive, and Microsoft has just the last 18 months invested $20 billion in Europe to provide this infrastructure. The good news is that you have the infrastructure, or we have the infrastructure here in Europe. And with the urgency around adoption, even if we want to make a European infrastructure, we cannot wait until we have that. So, we have to use each other. And we are not the US government. We are a company who has been here for 40 years and is committed to Europe, committed to European values. And what is important for us is that these data centers, they are open for everyone. They're open and on fair terms. And they're open to open source, model deployment, model development. We have, I think, 1,500 AI models running now on it. So it's a lot of innovation happening on top. It's a little bit like electricity. Electricity needs these big power plants. But then you can do a lot with electricity. You can invent the vacuum cleaner. You can invent a blender. There's a lot of innovation happening on top of, and that's the European opportunity. We have so many areas where we are super strong, be it health, science, green tech. That's where we should focus and really make those sectors AI infused. That will give Europe a really strong position. And then I want to mention the last thing, skilling. Because without skilling, there is no AI adoption. And when I'm talking about skilling, I think about 3 things. One is the skills that we all need to acquire in order to use this technology. Then there's, of course, the developers, the skills that they all need. And then third, business leaders, because they need to understand how they can improve their processes and how they can innovate with this technology.
Thank you. And Darius, as Poland holds the presidency of the Council of the European Union, how do you see its role in transatlantic cooperation? What key priorities should the EU and the US focus on, also with a view to securing a lasting peace in Ukraine and ending Russia's war of aggression?
I believe you asked the toughest question that we have in the European Union, and for me, it's even tougher task because first of all, I represent the presidency of the European Union, and on the other hand, I represent the country, which is one of the closest allies to the United States, which is the logistic hub supporting Ukraine, and at the same time was harmed by the AI diffusion decision by the previous US administration. And in all of that, we have different strategic lines from the new US administration, because at the same time we have well-discussed remarks by Vice President Vance in Munich a couple of days ago. But on the other hand, the Secretary of State, Mr. Marco Rubio, already hours after appointment, already called Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was already in Poland visiting American soldiers. So their visits and their calls made us optimistic, and remarks by Mr. Vice President made us pessimistic at the same time. So we see that in 40th day of the new US administration, there is still the new line of their position on, I believe, commerce, foreign affairs to establish. We are still in this first weeks of the new administration, and I believe that the best possible answer from the European Union is to start invest in infrastructure, to invest in European companies, to start strategies as President von der Leyen outlined in Paris when she announced the new program Invest AI, involving private capital and many European companies. And she talked about putting into the market 200 billion euros exactly to improve AI. And I believe that now is the time, now is the high time for the European Union to wake up and to add new investment strategy to these pieces of regulations that we had in previous years, because that's the key of good relations, no matter with which country and with which strategic line. If you are a more powerful partner, you are a more listened partner. And that's why I have high hopes for Paris meetings taking place this week. And I hope that it's the good first step into common investment in the European defense, into new decisions how to spend on defense, on cyber defense as well. Because I'm waiting for other member states to spend 2 and 3% of GDP for the defense, because that's how we can build the European foundations of not only transatlantic relations, but every relations we can possibly imagine. And I believe that following months need to be spent on preparing the ground for the next chapter of not only transatlantic relations, but also of the new role of the European Union in the technological race, not only in terms of our standards, but also in terms of our investment, our engagement in supply chain, and our money for European entrepreneurs.
Alex, Ukraine is a battleground for advanced warfare innovations. Swarmer develops AI-powered software for drones to operate in coordinated swarms. How are your products used in Ukraine's defense against the Russian war of aggression?
Yeah, thank you for your question, and thank you for having me here. So, Swarmer has been started with very straightforward mission, send drone, keep humans. And we are developing vendor-agnostic collaborative autonomy. It means that we are transforming the current paradigm of one drone, one pilot, one mission, to the idea that one pilot now can set the objectives and execute the operation with autonomy, with swarm of drones. So we've started with the very simple autonomy and with the very sophisticated level of security and safeguarding the data and AI models, which are the part of the autonomy. And this approach helped us to get very fast adoption and to be on the battlefield, and our products were executed more than 30,000 operations. And now we're scaling our products so every pilot, every officer is able to execute different type of operations with a different level of complexity. And our vendor agnostic approach helps us to work with different vendors from different countries. And this is how it works. So I wish I could provide you like every details, because I'm like on a product side of things, but this is the general overview.
Great, thank you so much. Jeff, back to you. Critical technologies from AI to quantum computing and cybersecurity are key drivers of innovation. Ensuring their development and deployment while maintaining global competitiveness requires transatlantic coordination. Digital Europe recently proposed the creation of an EU-US Critical Tech and Dual Use Council to enhance coordination between the EU and the US. How could such a platform benefit transatlantic businesses, and what key priorities could it focus on?
Well, I think there's an awful lot that could be done in this space, especially with the blossoming of AI that we're seeing right now. And I think we're in the very, very first stages of this, and we're going to see substantial growth in this area and whatnot. One area that I would like to draw out is the relationship between AI and cybersecurity. And I think this is something that is of global concern and is certainly of transatlantic concern at this point in time, because AI, like all other tools, can be used for good or for bad purposes as well. And AI is going to increase the potential threat in the cybersecurity space in there. The good news as well is that AI is also the answer to the threats that are coming forward. And we need to aggressively adopt AI in our cybersecurity world in order to protect our networks and protect the operations therein. And so we need to make sure that we're aggressively using AI and developing the tools. It's something at Cisco we have enormous investment in AI in our cybersecurity products and services. But we need to think about this beyond just sort of a pure like business or small network point of view on this. We're looking at cyber attacks between nation states. We're looking at critical networks that must stay up, whether they are government networks, whether they are telecommunications networks, whether they're utilities like electricity and water, the financial services industry and all these things. If they become vulnerable, that's an enormous economic risk, but it's also an even bigger security risk. And so cooperation across the Atlantic between the EU, other European nations, the US, and other American countries to develop, deploy, share information, promote the use of the most advanced tools in cybersecurity is going to both protect all of our economies, but it's also going to protect us from a national security point of view. And I think that is something that we have an enormous interest in, the same interest in doing so, and hopefully we can continue deep work in this area.
And Nana, Louisa, how can technology enable and contribute to security and resilience, and how does international cooperation advance that goal?
I think you already answered a lot of it, so let me build on what was just said. I think tech and AI will be key, and cyber defense is crucial. Take Ukraine as an example. There's really two wars going on there. There's a conventional war and there's a cyber war. And those cyber attacks, they can completely paralyze information systems and other critical infrastructure. And then, you know, doesn't matter how many tanks you have if you don't have information system or other critical infrastructure. So I think that's where we need to invest heavily in having really a cyber defense strategy. And when I'm talking about cyber defense, I'm talking about cyber attacks, but also what you mentioned, you know, cyber influence campaigns, because that's a big problem as well. Misinformation, we've seen that already, how damaging it can be with false information floating from Russia, Iran, China, interfering also sometimes with elections. So that's another aspect to look out for. I think when we're talking about cyber defense and we're talking about international collaboration, I think, again, we need each other. We bring different strengths. Microsoft is the biggest security company in the world. We get 78 trillion signals a day from cyberspace that we are analyzing in order to keep our customers safe, our European customers safe. And of course, when we have all that insight into what's happening in cyberspace, gives us some insights also that governments don't have in terms of when a cyber attack is on its way. And in Ukraine, we're working closely with the Ukrainian government so that they have this information. If anyone is interested in this, we are quite public about it. We are issuing this cyber defense reports where we are talking about what we see and what different groups are operating. So that's the strategy, the collaboration where we bring each other's strengths. I think we need even more collaboration between governments and companies where they are based in Europe or in the US. And then I think, again, the third element is, again, skilling and education, because we need the whole population to be informed and skilled to be able to identify these threats, especially the information campaigns. So yeah, that would be the third one.
Thank you, Darius. In the last days of the Biden administration, the U.S. introduced new legislation on export controls for advanced AI chips. While the future of these measures is still unfolding, the European Commission has issued a statement as well as Digital Europe, where Digital Europe emphasized that instead of introducing new restrictive measures, we believe the focus should be on fostering collaboration. How does Poland view these measures, and how should the EU respond?
First of all, thank you for this statement by Digital Europe, and thank you for your work on this issue and supporting European market. And the Biden's administration decision was the great experience for us, to be honest, because after this decision was announced, we started to be in touch with the American administration on the daily basis. And I saw personally how the administration has changed, because from our perspective was the first meeting, from the perspective of Biden's administration was the last meeting. I remember when we've met with the representatives of Department of Commerce from the United States, and they were packing from their offices, and we asked for details why Poland was on the list of Tier 2, not Tier 1. So they started to explain that maybe some security issues. So I asked again, what security issues you see in the closest ally, which is with the close cooperation with your AI Safety Institute, and we have 10,000 American soldiers on our ground. So where are those issues? So at the end, they had no idea why Poland was on the Tier 2 and not on the Tier 1. So for us, that was quite interesting information, because we concluded that if they have no idea why Poland is in tier 2, so all other countries one day could be in tier 2 or another tier. And then the administration has changed, and on January 24th, I believe, I've met with the new representatives of the new administration, and they confirmed that they have no idea why Poland is in tier 2, but they asked us to give them time, because they need to check what's going on in the department. So we agreed that we will be back on this discussion, and as Polish government, we will issue our official statement. And at the same time, I was in touch with Vice President Virkkunen on this issue, and that's how we can demonstrate the cooperation between member states and the strong position as the European Commission has on it. And this strong position is very vital, that we cannot divide European Union countries, that we have the single market, and within the single market, no country has right to divide our countries. And I believe that this decision, from our point of view, to be honest, ridiculous, is another step and another opportunity for European countries to even strengthen our cooperation. And I believe that before May 15th, the decision could be revised, and I believe that the second version of this decision will be based on facts and data, what we really would like to run the not only foreign but also economic policy.
And Alex, Swarmer is an example of transatlantic cooperation, and together the EU and US are stronger. Swarmer is registered in Delaware with an office in Ukraine, and the team is located in Romania and Poland. Your solutions are used in Ukraine. What are your priorities for transatlantic collaboration on defense, and how should we advance our security alliance?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I will be answering from the business perspective. So from my point of view, transatlantic cooperation can work best when both parties support each other on a business layer, even in this sensitive time with the political tension. So, but we need just to understand that the EU and the US has unique strengths. When they combined, they make us stronger. So the EU has risk-taking culture and very advanced VC ecosystem in dual use, in defense industry, commerce industry. And it means not only just funding, it means much mapping startups with customers, with DOD, innovations institutions. And this is how innovations are growing. This is how products are getting the adoption faster. So, and the EU actually has very strong potential and very strong technical universities and talent pool with a very talented engineers and scientists. And Ukraine remains on a battlefield and remains on the front line of defense innovations. And it's not only just developing and testing something, it is about also refining and delivering it back on a real usage, on a real application. So, and the EU has a unique geographical position to integrate all these innovations faster. And at Swarmer, our top priority in transatlantic cooperation is speed. Because speed means, speed saves lives. Speed means getting the adoption of the products faster. So I've been talking with all my colleagues, innovators who are making startups, and every solution actually solves some problem on the battlefield. So, and at speed, it also means getting a faster access to capital, getting the access to talent pool, faster procurement cycle. But also getting back to transatlantic cooperation, the speed and sense of urgency in Texas and New York and in Vilnius and Warsaw is completely different if we're talking about like dual use and the current war. So, our priority is speed, and we are ready to move with someone who is ready to run at our speed. And another topic, it is about like reforming the strategy of VC. It is about, we don't need, like, if we want to create defense innovation and hundreds of innovation solutions, we don't need a huge VC backed by banks who are investing to primes. We need hundreds of small VCs, probably family offices, who are agile and who can make a decision quickly, can move fast, and I think this is the way how we can move forward and how we can defeat democracy.
Great, thank you so much. Now I'm going to open the floor to questions from the audience. Please do send them along into Slido. We have one already. Will EU focus on cyber defense system help Ukraine's resilience in light of US potential withdrawal of defense support? And what are EU institutions doing about this?
So, in Warsaw, in 3 weeks from now, we will have informal European Council of European Union, when we will merge both digital, cyber, so not two, three perspectives, digital, cyber, and military. And I believe that's the right direction, because we need to merge those perspectives. Because today, cyber resilience is not possible without military involvement. And that's why, as Polish presidency, we will show by example that we closely cooperate with Polish army, that civilian and military sector can work together. And that's why today the Standing Committee of Polish government decided to create AI institutes with both civilian and military departments at the same place. And our scientists will work at the same time for the administration and for our army. So dual use will be at the heart of this institute. That is the first, the unique kind of institute in the whole European Union. And today, Polish Standing Committee government made that decision. And on the other hand, I believe, and I saw it already, that we can inspire and we can get new solutions from Ukrainians, because they developed their capabilities not only in research but also in production and new technologies much faster than European Union and than the United States as well. And that's why I see the great potential, not only supporting Ukraine in following months, and that's why I hope that in Paris the leaders will make decisions on that, but I also see the strong potential of cooperation between Ukrainian experiences and our capital, institutions and our talents.
I think it's also... I'm sorry. I was just saying, I think it's important to think about, while we're looking at this question, is to understand there's a critically important role for the private sector in this as well, because cybersecurity isn't just a government function, and the kind of risks and attacks that companies like mine and like yours probably are facing constantly are exactly the same things that government networks and other problems are facing. And so, it's a classic dual-use situation. And we need to recognize that most of the investment, most of the products and services that keep networks going and are driven on this come from private sector investment, create markets that are largely private sector funded. And so there will always be things that governments and militaries need that are unique to them. But this is a real example of where the technologies developed have universal application and need to be used extensively and universally. I'm sure I'm gazumping.
No, you said a lot at what I want to say, but maybe just add, Microsoft continued to be committed to Europe, including Ukraine. So just want to make that clear these days.
Alex, maybe the Ukrainian perspective on this. There's been a lot of news coming out of this. How is it going to impact Swarmer and your team that's based in the EU, but also working with the US? How is that going to be impacting your business?
So right now we're focusing. On delivering value for our customers in Ukraine. And again, we are open to collaboration. For us, customers are drone vendors. We're open to collaboration, as I said, with both sides of the Atlantics. Whenever who is ready to move fast, who has the sense of urgency, who has the understanding that either governments, either companies needs our solution and they see value, we're happy to move with both parts of the Atlantics.
Great. One final question. It seems significant to enhance data transaction between US and the EU. Has the current data privacy framework between the EU and US been working well?
Well, I'll jump in here. It's working, right? And I'm not sure that everyone is 100% satisfied with where we are today, but it's necessary that we allow this data sharing. And if we're going to reap the benefits of technologies like AI, if we're going to be able to operate with intertwined economies as we do, it's just necessary that we make this work. And I think, so to that extent, I'm going to say, yes, it is working because we are operating and doing the things that must be done in that space. And I think it's critically important that we maintain a system that allows for that to continue to occur.
I also believe that data sharing is one of the aspects of digital sovereignty. And when we will build European pieces of digital sovereignty in terms of infrastructure, in terms of European networks, we will be in a different place than we are right now. So I believe that the perspective on the future agreements on data will be quite linked to the new ideas for sovereign European Union. And I really support the new approach by the European Commission in that matter as well.
No, I think there is an agreement that we would like to advance on this in this area, and I hope it can get some attention. It's a lot of different priorities these days, but the EU-US data transfer agreement needs to be finalized, the new one.
Great, thank you so much. A big round of applause for our speakers, and thank you so much for joining us here today. I'd like to invite Cecilia back on stage.
So much. No. Thank you for facilitating. Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend. Yeah, thank you for... So allow me to set the stage for the next. We have a prominent guest, the EVP Dombrovski, who is responsible for basically everything on the cut agenda. We are all talking about the regulatory burden Okay. Thank you for the attention. And we all talk about Europe falling behind in the tech race and how we can get more speed. Well, I could not imagine anybody better to do this job than Commissioner Dombrovskis. This is about speed, it's about scale, it's about cutting the burden on companies. I gave you this old figure of 200 billion a yearly on burden of companies. This is a figure that is now 10 years old, and by now the number is much, much bigger. And with the upcoming regulation, it will be even bigger. So on top of the CRA, the NIS2, 6 EU cybersecurity laws have been written. And if an attack actually occurs, we need to have 5 different incident reports. It's very bad when you have an energy plant going down that you are spending your time trying to write the right reports, even on a problem that you don't need to want to disclose yet, because you don't know what the problem is, and somebody might be luring your data. And if you are actually finding out the solution, they can find out before you. So, but apart from cybersecurity, we also believe that we should look at data regulation. Both the GDPR, definitions to be harmonized, but not least the Data Act and the AI Act. Well, we talk about, will there be uncertainty? There is always uncertainty. And right now, there are much worse uncertainties than having to look one more time if the regulation is actually working before it is rolled out. So let's not have any like holy spots that we will not look to. We need speed, we need to cut the burden, and we need to simplify. And right now, it's no time to say, no, we can't do that, and that is not doable. We need to stand together as private and public sector to make sure that we do cut the burden. And I think the 37 billion that the president came out with and saying, this is what we are going to cut in the next period, it might not be ambitious enough, to be honest. If the number of burden yearly might be 400 billion, 40 is only 10%. So maybe we need to put the number even higher. At least we need to know the how. But, you know, I've worked with you, Commissioner, in previous functions also, and I know that you're an efficient man. So let me welcome you on stage, and let's have a chat on how we can do this. Please, the floor is yours. So thank you so much for taking the time to come here. We heard at the start, everything has been about speed and scale. And of course, we're standing like in the midst of a period full of change. So where will be your focus? Where are you focusing now? Are there, you know, big chunks of regulations that you're looking at first, or what's the plan?
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you for this invitation to Masters of Digital 2025. It's a pleasure to be here. Maybe let me start zooming out a bit before I go to your question, because if you look at current institutional cycle, from European Commission side, we have set 2 horizontal priorities, which are security and competitiveness. And I think it's very clear that those are issues which we'll have to deal. Well, security, I think I don't need to explain. Right now, the challenges and threats we are facing, and the need to respond quickly and boldly to those challenges and threats. And on competitiveness, there are also short-term issues which we are facing on negative implications, economic implications of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, but there are also a number of structural challenges we need to deal with. Our productivity growth is slower than in other major economies like US and China already for decades. Population aging, relatively high energy prices, skills mismatches, all this needs to be addressed and dealt with, and a reduction of administrative burden, simplification is fitting very much in this competitiveness agenda. So already we have outlined the European Competitiveness Compass, outlining how we are going to deal with all the competitiveness challenges and issues during these 5 years. And just last week, we also came with a communication for faster and simpler Europe to outline how we are going to deal with the simplification and reduction of administrative burden, also setting out clear quantitative targets. So reduction of administrative burden by 25% for all companies and by 35% for SMEs. You already talked in your introductory remarks a bit about the baseline. The baseline we are using as per calculations of Eurostat is 150 billion euros of recurring annual costs, which is constituting administrative burden. There may be other estimates, and one has to see whether it means also a broader compliance burden or what's exactly there. So quantitatively, indeed. So what we want to achieve is reduction of administrative burden by 37.5 billion euros by the end of the mandate, and what we do for SMEs comes on top of this. Then in terms of concrete initiatives, this is also something which we had already outlined, and it's reflected now in European Commission's work program for 2025, what simplification proposals we are going to put forward, and we will start with a omnibus on sustainability reporting, so dealing with files like Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive, Taxonomy, and also Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Also, we'll have an omnibus on investment facilitation, simplifying the work of programs like InvestEU and European Fund for Strategic Investment, and we'll be following up with other categories, and it's probably particularly relevant for this audience, also with a digital package focusing on cybersecurity and requirements surrounding this, but also looking broader. So what regulatory framework we have, how much it's fitting our companies, the needs and the limitations of our companies, especially SMEs. Therefore, I think that's a moment for you to watch and to engage in the run-up on preparation on this digital simplification package. But also, when we are talking horizontally about reduction of administrative burden, we are looking very much at digital tools, how we can use digital tools to simplify reporting, how we can reuse data so that we don't need to ask companies again and again to report in different forms, how we go away from paper-based reporting where it's still present. So also the digitalization of how we do the public administration and reporting will help to deal with those issues as well.
Great. So I hear that there are you don't limit yourself. You were talking about the sustainability things, cybersecurity, but also going towards a broader digital scope over time. So 2 more questions. How can industry help the best? And the other one, what will be the political challenges in this? Can we do it at a speed that we will actually have an effect during this commission?
By all means, that's certainly the aim. So first, how businesses can help? First, by providing precise input when we are discussing different pieces of legislation, what is working, what is not, where there are overlaps, where there are gaps, where there are inconsistencies. So basically helping us to identify the problems so that we can address them. And we are also setting up new forms of engagements, including implementation and simplification dialogues, which each member of European Commission will have to do with relevant stakeholders, but also reality checks, talking with practitioners on the ground, which are implementing the rules. So one is this precise framework. Another is keeping this topic of simplification high on the political agenda, reminding the politicians in both member states and in European institutions that this is something which needs to be done, that it's important for European competitiveness, that we cannot continue with business as usual. Because that leads me slowly towards your second question, so what political difficulties we expect? Well, I would say there is a strong support from a business community to this simplification agenda. It's important that you continue this support. But there are also many concerns and pushback, so to say, from the left of the political spectrum, also from a range of NGOs. So this will require engagement also from that point of view. We are very clear in emphasizing that simplification is not deregulation, so we are not abolishing our policy goals or our high environmental or social standards. We are rather looking how we can reach our goals in a more simple and cost-efficient way.
Okay, great. So listen, speaking about industry, we have two excellent speakers here who'd like to share also on stage with us some of the examples. So be concrete, as you said. So let me welcome on stage Peter Wedecker, our Chief Digital Officer of Schneider Electric and also President of Digital Europe, and Julie Lind Teigland, EMEA Area Manager for EY, who will share also some of their. Should we give them a hand? So welcome on stage. I think this is exactly what we need, right? We need to bridge the knowledge for how this works in reality and how the political environment or stakeholders they thought it would work, and then it hits grounds and it turns into something totally different. So thank you so much for being here with me today. So Peter, you have extensive experience in IoT, first in defense and now in green tech, right? So, how do you see the different directions? How can we change this? How can we optimize the environment for IoT and the code? Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe first, I want to make a reference, Commissioner Dombrovskis. I very much like what you're saying, so fully support that. We need this simplification, we need this burden reduction. And maybe talking from the daily practice, right? At Schneider Electric, and I take the area of sustainability. We have been very committed to sustainability for many years. For 2 decades, we have had our own sustainability program because we are deeply convinced that we do not only need to have a transformation within Schneider to improve sustainability, but we also need to help all of our customers on that journey. This is also, with that almost 20-year history on this, of course, we feel we are quite advanced. That's also being recognized from the outside. We are pretty regularly awarded to be one of the most, or sometimes the most sustainable company in the world. We are very proud of this. So, so we want to continue that journey. Now, sustainability requires a certain level of reporting, but this reporting is required not for compliance reasons, but for the business transformation reasons. We need to measure somehow what we are doing, and we need to measure whether we are on the right track with what we are doing. And in order for this, we need to have the reasonable level of KPIs, smart KPIs that really allow us, not only us at Schneider, but all of you in your companies to measure, are you on the right journey with your sustainability ambitions? So, but I fully support that we have probably gone too far, right? Particularly in the regulation. And you talked about taxonomy, you talked about CSRD, and certainly I support very clearly that we need to reduce the burden that has been created. Just one example from Schneider Electric, CSRD, we are required to report 100 quantitative KPIs and 1,000 qualitative KPIs. So if you ask me personally, that's probably a bit too much, right? that's more than I can look at usually, right? And really my ask, this is the right initiative, and I'm not sure if 25% are enough, right? On some topics, I think it's really reasonable to go back to what do we need to measure that helps us to really transform our companies and transform Europe, and what's only a compliance burden on top, right? And my advice would be, let's go to the level where we can still measure, are we transforming enough, and let's get rid of all the rest.
Thank you so much. I'll get back to you. You have been dealing, Julie, with sustainability, reporting, burden, measuring burden on companies. What are you seeing here? How is this development taking? Where is it taking Europe?
I think this is a great question, and Cecilia, you did a fantastic job. All of you that were perhaps not there last evening, where we celebrated some fantastic entrepreneurs. I have to say, one of the quotes that Cecilia knows I'm going to talk about this, that Pactum gave, he said, you know, the regulatory burden that Peter talked about is like running a marathon and having a rock put in the rucksack at each way. I can say that from the business side as well. It's not just from the entrepreneurs, it's from the business. And if I talk numbers, we all like numbers in this room, our FDI across Europe in the last months, and actually over the last 18 months, has decreased. It's been on a decreasing trend. Last year, again, 4% down. And some of you might be sitting there quite relaxed. I see some of you very calm and relaxed in their chairs. Do you realize that when foreign direct investment goes down, it has a direct impact on our GDP? It has a direct impact on the number of jobs. Now, that 4% has been equalized across Europe. When you look at Germany, as an example, that foreign direct investment is down double digit, and the impact on jobs exponentially higher. Foreign direct investment matters. So, Cecilia, we went out and we asked European CEOs, so tell us, why is this happening? Why are even you, as European companies, not investing in Europe? And they gave 3 answers. The first one is certainly not going to surprise you. It's the rucksack with the rocks on the regulatory burden. And I probably would have expected that, and I feel that there's action being taken on that now. The second one that not enough people, I think, talk about right now, and they call it out, and that is energy prices. How can it be that European energy, for example, in Germany or France, is near to 4 to 6 times that what it is across the pond in the US, and nearly 7 times that what it is in the Middle East? And I know all of you are also thinking, well, Julie, they have all those oil wells there in the Middle East. That's why. Yes, you are right. But across the US, does it have to be 6 to 7 times? Even looking at France, 4 to 5, it's resulting in a deindustrialization across Europe in our major economies. And that's something I think we need to find a way to address. That has very little to do with regulatory burden, but it's clearly absolutely there for us to look at. Those were a few things. I don't think there's a silver bullet on this, Cecilia. I think there's a few things that the EU, thankfully with your excellent leadership, is addressing on the simplification, on the regulatory burden. There's a few more things I think we need to do. I think we need to allow, I don't want to say mandate, we need to allow European champions to come up, to allow European companies to come together, to be merged, to acquire, to move, instead of just allowing other foreign governments to invest in our economies. I think we need to invest in our younger people with our skills agenda. And no, I'm not just referring to AI, I'm also referring to excellent skills that we need in the entrepreneurship space to drive those startups, Cecilia, that you're awarding. We need those skills to come from within, and I know that there's excellent work being done also in this field, including the work with junior achievement. And maybe last but not least, and I try to emphasize this, I think this is something we need to collaborate on. It's not one or the other, but it's all of us working together for Europe to drive a better and stronger Europe. And I have to say, I have a feeling of enthusiasm.
of optimism, not just because the glass is half full, but because people are actually adding more water to the glass every single day in terms of where we're going.
Great. So let's talk a little bit about now. We have this publication. It's Cut, Simplify, and Incentivize, and you can say you are the cut and simplification embodiment of the Commission. But let's talk a little bit about incentives, because I know you have been in multiple other functions. How do you see, Commissioner? How do you see that we can start incentivizing instead? Do you see some big programs that could really change the productivity? We all speak about defense, we speak about critical infrastructure. How do we get those scalable? Is it common tax incentives? Can we do that? Could we use tools that they use in the US?
Indeed, I would say we have a range of possibilities and incentives. Also, if you look at the EU level, so in the last years we have started indeed to stronger invest in strategic sectors, strategic technologies through initiatives like important projects of common European interest, through the STEP initiative. More is to be developed now in a context of Net Zero Industrial Act, which we are developing, and other elements, and also looking for the now upcoming multi-annual financial framework of European Union. So after 2027, the idea is that we'll be setting up EU competitiveness fund to help exactly companies to deal with these problems. Then we obviously need to remove barriers from the single market, allowing companies to scale up in Europe, because that's one of the difficulties, that all too often companies go to scale up in US, in Asia, but not in Europe. So we need to see what is fragmenting our single market and how to address this. Obviously, important part will be, if we talk about private funding, it's a capital markets union, or what we now call savings and investments union, because bulk of investment in any case will have to come from the private sector. The question is how we are facilitating it and how we are creating this what's called funding escalator, helping companies to finance themselves from startups to large companies. Tax incentives, tax credits also may play their roles there. US indeed is using this tool successfully. That's, I would say, also for EU member states to consider weighting the costs and benefits of this approach. And I would say that's something which works better in case of established companies, because for startups they are often not having profits, so therefore they are not paying corporate income tax. So this tax credit will not, or rather tax incentive will not really help them at that stage of development. But for more advanced or more stable companies, that's also the tool which is available.
Great, thank you. I'll return to you in a second. So just Peter, I mean, your company is like champion in energy optimization, right? So you always say, all the energy that we need to save energy, but the best energy is the one we don't use, right? So if we don't use it, we'll have cheaper cost of energy. And still we see no large scale, huge investments in bringing down energy consumption. What is holding us back, and what is it that you need? What would be like one magic touch that would say, okay, we're not going to look at how we get cheaper energy only, we're also going to see how we spend less.
So actually we see traction accelerating on both sides, on the supply side as well as on the demand side. So on the supply side, it's of course going to more renewables, building out a new energy system which has renewables, that has batteries in as part of the mix, and of course the electric fleet will be the biggest battery in the future. So we clearly see acceleration there. We also see advancements on the demand side of the energy, that more and more companies are making investments to reduce the energy consumption and use the energy in a smarter way. Now, the question is, are these investments high enough? And is the return quick enough on these investments? So everybody who is making an investment on the demand side of energy management is asking the question, what's my return of that investment? And usually 3 years is kind of the breaking point of this equation. So if companies can get a return of their investment within 3 years, they are likely to make the investment. But of course, any investment is being balanced against other investment needs that companies have, right? So this energy demand side investment is clearly, how do I save long term on energy, and it needs to have a certain return of invest. Can we make that return of invest period shorter? If we can do this, either via technology or via certain incentives, we will see more investments.
Can you just be very concrete? What incentives? What would be an incentive that could be decided by governments across Europe that could make that decision happen?
I think the commissioner addressed the both angles, right? One is tax incentive. So if you make certain investments, you get a tax benefit. The other angle is a direct support with the investment, right? And depending on what kind of companies you are, whether you pay taxes or not, right? One or the other is favorable depending on what you are. But I think we need to use both mechanisms, right? We need to make it attractive. We need to create the rewards, right? And then it's more a technicality for me, whether that's a tax incentive or a direct investment support.
So, Julie, you are one of the most famous international advisors on this area. So, looking at the EU, what do we need to do more of? So, if you were like advising directly to the commissioner and to the president, what would you say? You guys need to do more of this. What would it be? What would be some of the tools that you think we need to use more?
You know what? I'm going to give a really boring answer because I said before, I don't think there's a silver bullet. I think we need to change the dialogue. And Cecilia, I've said in several forums here and outside of this place, I think we need a state of urgency, maybe not a state of emergency, but a state of urgency together. And that means business coming to the table and speaking their mind and having the trust that policymakers are going to listen so that we really address the problems. I find that we are our own worst enemy. We divide ourselves up. We don't really speak the same language, and we certainly aren't on the same space in terms of disclosing what the real problem is and having faith that we're going to address it on both sides. And that's getting the balance right between protecting our citizens with regulation and allowing business to flourish with innovation. I think there's more dialogue needed. I think the commissioner is setting up dialogues. My encouragement is we need to find trust across both sides of the table to really meet and make that happen. And I think what you are doing, Cecilia, and I think she really does deserve a round of applause, events like this make that possible. I think there need to be more of this. That's my personal view.
Great. So I see there is a survey going on. So I guess the question is, how will we get speed and scale and make ourselves more competitive? And do you see the survey? In the minute, maybe we can show the survey before I go to the last. So here it looks like what is holding us back, what's the roadblock, fragmented market and inconsistent national policies is now leading. Too much regulation, not enough simplification, slow adoption of new technologies, and lack of investment in innovation. Let's see, let's run it, but I think we have a clear idea here that we simply have, there's lack of consistency, fragmented markets, and then too much or not enough simplification. So one last question, I want to hang on to that, on state of emergency, right? State of emergency. Let's not hope that we get there, let's hope that we manage to cut enough burden and get competitive and resilient before that. One last question to you. I know that you're a big believer in the digital euro. And can you tell us a little bit, what do you think the digital euro would really do for competitiveness and for Europe as such?
Indeed, when we talk about digitalization, one important question obviously is also how we digitalize our money, because currently the central bank money is cash, so coins and banknotes. And with the use of cash declining, the question, what is the role of central bank money in economy, how the transposition of monetary policy is happening. And in all of this, digital euro comes in, and it's also a possibility to provide a really pan-euro area European payment solution, because currently we don't have like pan-European payment solutions. The solutions which we have are either fragmented, or there are some international solutions like international card schemes, or some solutions by big techs and so on and so forth. So, and that's where this work on a digital euro is coming in, to bring also the central bank money in 21st century, and to ensure that it can continue to play its role in overall monetary system.
Okay, good. So you're saying, like, basically by having our own monetary system in a digital currency, we will also have the stability and not be over-dependent on other, fluctuations and etc.
Well, that is one of the arguments also to ensure Europe's strategic autonomy in this area, also not to be overwhelmed by certain private solutions like stable coins. If you remember, then what really gave the impulse to the current work stream on a digital euro were announcements by Facebook at that time of a so-called Libra project. It somehow has gradually disappeared or somewhere moved to the background, but that really raised a conversation. Do we want just some kind of stable coins taking over, or we rather accelerate our work on central bank digital currency? And I need to add one more point on this, that the digital euro in any case is there to complement cash, not to replace cash, because there are some conspiracy theories surrounding this, and that's why together with a digital euro legislative proposal, we in parallel came with a proposal on legal tender for cash, to be very clear about this.
And do you think that would that be one of the harmonizing factors? Maybe we can get like Denmark also to get the euro, and others who are not joined yet. So who knows?
Well, Denmark hasn't been, so you are welcome to join.
So do you think that will be one of the factors that also will create a new boost in the economy, and harmonize some of the processes for industry?
Certainly, when we are talking also about developing those European payment solutions, also possibilities for innovation on financial services providers, we are also in dialogue with industry how to best do it. Also, we need to be mindful that the digital euro cannot end up with financial disintermediation and creating problems for financial stability or for banks' role in accrediting of economy. So similarly, like typically we are not having piles of cash home. There's also going to be certain holding limits to the digital euro, how much it can be there. But the potential also to harmonize and to strengthen our competitive position is there.
Thank you so much. Listen, I am 6 minutes over time, which I always do this in good company. Thank you so much for your time. We also have a roundtable after this to discuss exactly these things. You have definitely our commitment and the business community's commitment that we are going to help you to cut and to simplify. That is for sure. Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me pass Felicia to the next tunnel.
Okay, this is the final panel for today. It's the connectivity panel. So my panel today is Renata Nicolai, Deputy Director General at G-Connect, the European Commission. Please join me. Michael Kabosco, member of the European Parliament. Tom Smith, CEO of Wireless Connect. And Mark van Koppenalle, Vice President, Geopolitical and Government Relations, Europe and EU at Nokia. Very good. So connectivity. For people who have been in the business of talking about connectivity for a good number of years, you can't tell because you can't see my gray hair, but believe me, I'm not getting any younger. This discussion sounds like a broken record. So Europe has been discussing how late we've been, particularly at deploying mobile technologies, for quite some years. Very successful with GSM, very successful with 3G, and then we were late with LTE. We desperately wanted to fix it with 5G. I still get surprised whenever I get a 5G signal in Brussels, but then Brussels is very notorious about deployment. And now we're still having these discussions about how late we are, particularly in deploying mobile network compared to the US and in Asia. Obviously, right now, the discussion has become even more important because obviously we have a new simplification agenda, so we look at the role that regulation plays specifically in this. And also connectivity has become more and more important when it comes to, again, geopolitics, but also security, and having the type of connectivity that we need to generate all the economic activity that we need to ramp up our productivity and our competitiveness vis-a-vis the rest of the world is even more important. So Renata, how ambitious is the Commission going to be, knowing that the Commission has tried desperately a number of times already? I still remember the Connected Continent proposal. How many of you remember the Connected Continent proposal, 2013? Problem's very much the same, right? Spectrum assignment, how to harmonize that across Europe. And we're still having those discussions. How ambitious do you think the Commission is going to be? And obviously, if you could describe the full proposal that you'll have in a few months here at Masters of Digital, that would be tremendous.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alessandro. I actually think that debate is framed in a very new setting now compared to maybe previous debates about connectivity, because I don't think that we had in the previous attempts the same, let's say, perfect storm of the moment, where it's very clear that connectivity is not just a nice add-on to have, but it's a fundamental aspect if we really are real about advancing on competitiveness and security in Europe. And I think this was very clear in the Draghi report, in the Letter report, in the Minister report. We kind of gave it a little bit of a thought already in the white paper that we rolled out a year ago. And I think it's now very well described also in the setting and in the kind of direction of travel of this Commission. So if we want to use that perfect storm moment, then we have to be ambitious. Because, I think that's also part of a broader kind of, context of Europe having to catch up in the technological race, Europe having to be more resilient against, potential sabotage act against connectivity infrastructure, whether that's submarine, whether that's satellite, whether that's terrestrial. I think we have really experienced, especially also in the recent past, that there's urgency on that. So when we are going to work in this year on the two pieces that are also described in the work program, that's on the one hand the Digital Networks Act and on the other hand the Cloud and AI Act, then this is the continuation of the debate that we launched with the white paper. For the first time, a holistic debate on the industrial aspects, the security aspects, and of course the regulatory aspects of connectivity. When it comes to the Digital Networks Act, I don't have the blueprint that I can share with you. I think it would also be too early. I think we have to kind of, discuss this further, engage with stakeholders further in dialogue. But it's very, very clearly embedded in the simplification agenda of the Commission, because I think that's an important aspect to look at the Digital Networks Act as a piece of simplifying a very sector-specific market regulation that was done 30 years ago in a totally different setup, where now we need to really look at, how do we level the playing field? How do we make the kind of the governance structure relevant for today? How do we address the real kind of technological developments that are having to capture what needs to be captured? And how also do we give it a push to have a better single market narrative? Because that was the promise when the first telecom liberalization pieces were done, to really have a single market on telecom, and we are far from that. When it then comes to the Cloud and AI Act, that's the kind of, response to the reality that we face, We're behind schedule when it comes to fiber rollout, when it comes to 5G standalone, you mentioned it yourself. And here, I think the combination of what we're seeing on, potential blurring of, computing and connectivity, of really interesting potential business capacities when you put into that connection also the cloud and the AI dimension, then I think we have a potentially really good story to tell if we join forces in this industrial agenda to engage in, for instance, energy efficient data centers, sovereign clouds discussion in Europe. So I think that has to be part of that puzzle. But for me, it's very clear it has to be ambitious.
That's great. That's great, Renate. Thanks a lot for that. I'm going to ask you, Mark, now, Nokia, we did a critical tech report last year, and we surveyed 8 critical technologies, competition from around the world, and it turns out that connectivity is the one where Europe leads, and you guys at Nokia are some of the big European champions we do have. And that report also finds that where we're not leading is commercialization of telecoms services, which is, I think, the part that we're trying to fix now with the big reforms. When you look at the prospect of Additional Networks Act, are you hopeful that it will fix, we were trying to do, better spectrum assignments with 5G? Do you think that we'll get there with 6G, with the Additional Networks Act? And just mention one thing that you would like to see, on the ambition front, to see from the Commission and their proposal.
Yeah, thanks, Alberto, and thanks for having me. Let me first start by saying, and I think we all know that connectivity is really critical for competitiveness and security. And there is no AI without connectivity. There is no digitalization without connectivity. And so I think you rightfully said that we need to make a distinction between connectivity R&D and connectivity deployment. Because in connectivity R&D, we lead in Europe. We have 2 companies, Nokia and Ericsson, who are leaders, worldwide leaders in connectivity R&D. But if we look at the deployment, there obviously we have a challenge because we are lagging behind, and that's something that we have to improve. And we obviously hope that Digital Networks Act would actually work, on the 2 facets, both on supporting the R&D lead that we have today in Europe, as well as fostering the deployment that we are now behind, but also making sure that for 6G we are not getting into the same problem. If we look at connectivity technology development, so the R&D side, so there has been a very important, decision for us that we have seen in the work program. It's related to the standard essential patents proposal from the Commission, which has been put on the withdrawal list as a simplification, and that's something that we believe will really enable the connectivity sector to remain in the lead. So something that's very, very important, and that we obviously hope will remain like that. Another thing that is important for the connectivity R&D is making sure that within Europe we have the right funding and the right funding processes, especially in the pre-competitive phase. Europe has very good funding programs. Look at the 6G funding programs, for instance. Also in connectivity R&D for the member states, we see the IPCEI program, so the important European projects that get funding. The problem there is that the timeline is too slow. So what we see, for instance, is that between getting a call for funding and actually getting the funding, it can take up to 2 years, which is obviously not something that we want to see. And we are obviously happy to see that in the mission letters of the commissioners, this is a point that has been recognized as being a problem and that needs to be improved and accelerated. If we get back to the connectivity deployment aspect, so there where Europe is lagging behind, actually, on fiber, we are okay. I mean, if you look at the fiber penetration in Europe, we are approximately at 70% today. The US is at 55%, and I see South Korea here at 67%. So that's fine. But the big problem is in 5G standalone, the real 5G. The 5G standalone is the 5G that will enable industrialization, the industrial internet, digitalizing manufacturing, health, etc. And here we are lagging behind. We are at 40% of coverage in Europe, while the US today is at over 90%. So what we need here is more investment in telecommunication infrastructure, and for that we need scale, meaning that operators need to have the capacity to invest, and scale will help there. So the review of the merger legislations is something that we would absolutely like to see. We talked about spectrum. Spectrum, absolutely critical. One of the reasons why Europe is late on 5G is because the spectrum allocations in the member states was late and also not coordinated. There was actually a guideline by the European Commission that by end 2020, all 5G spectrum bands would have to have been allocated by the member states. And at that time, end of 2020, there was just one country that allocated the bands according to the guidelines, and that was Finland. Today, there is still very few, but still a number of countries that have not allocated 5G spectrum. So we need to make sure that we solve this before 6G is coming. Otherwise, we'll get in the same situation. Last point I'd like to raise in this context is, trusted networks. Obviously, trustworthiness is absolutely critical for Europe, especially in the current geopolitical context. So using trusted technology, not only for 5G, but also for other parts of telecommunication networks is absolutely needed. And that means that we would need to expand the 5G toolbox that has been proposed and installed by the Commission, but then also making sure that in the member states that adoption of the 5G toolbox and other telecom technologies for trustworthiness is mandated instead of letting a bit more freestyle of using it or not. So these are, I think, a number of things that we want to see going forward in the DNA as well.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Michael, I'll go to you next. And we just saw the transatlantic panel, and tech sovereignty has been a big theme for years now. It continues to be a big theme and needs to be a big theme. And there's obviously this question of how can we drive our own ability to structure what technology looks like if we are not leading in the deployment of 5G first and then 6G. And that comes not just with consumer use cases, but with all the industrial use cases that go with these new applications of wireless technology. Are you confident that we can, by solving the telecoms connectivity issues, that we can sort of catch up and regain some of that sovereignty that some claim has been lost? And also, can we afford to want to reach sovereignty in telecoms if we keep the levels of fragmentation that we have currently in small markets? How much scale do we need to have to be sovereign, quote unquote?
Thank you, Alberto, and thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. Well, I'm the only politician in the panel, so eventually I'm the one to blame for all of that. But look, as a politician, I have to start with kind of obvious things that, things have changed recently, and we can smell it, we can feel it. Our everyday discussions have changed, and this is exactly 1 month ago that we had the start of President Trump and his administration, and we are being, let's say, in a way, kicked are shocked almost every day with new announcements, new ideas, new plans. And also from this perspective, talking about tech sovereignty means a lot, means much more than before, I would say. I'm right now working as the Renew Europe Shadow Rapporteur on our report on the European technological sovereignty and digital infrastructure. And that's absolutely crucial work, I would say, from the European Parliament side. We hope that this file would be ready and would be voted at the ITRE committee somewhere in June or early July, and then at the plenary session of the European Parliament, hopefully in September, because these things matter a lot and should matter a lot to all of us, not only those who are inside the bubble, but all the citizens of the European Union. I strongly believe that without the control over the infrastructure, you cannot have real sovereignty. That's the basis. Alberto, you mentioned the problems with the 5G and well, then the 6G, that they are due to the fragmentation of our market. Yes, that's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the problem is with the number of existing telcos, the number of existing players. I would, in a way, repeat that the real problem is that all spectrum allocations are happening on the national level, and that we don't have a real single market, as Renata said, in telecommunications, and we don't know when this would really materialize. So we need a kind of a paradigm shift here, and we need the European Commission to show the ambition in the Digital Networks Act. You were asked about the ambitions, and clearly these are the ambitions to be reached and fulfilled. We also, I believe, need the European Commission to go far beyond connectivity and computing, because the real digital infrastructure is much more broader today. It also includes the software and intermediation layers beyond just the physical elements of the infrastructure, the whole idea of the Euro stack. So we need to understand, the Draghi report mentions that that the EU relies on foreign countries by over 80% of digital products, services, infrastructure, and intellectual property. I would say this is, for us, unacceptable. I mean, looking at the geopolitical perspective, looking at what's happening now in the world, look, I'm fully aware that I'm at a digital event. I see the logotypes of your partners here, and these are fantastic companies. It's just that when I'm watching that some of the companies are helping or getting on board or joining the President Trump orchestra and chorus of America First, I have to think twice. But then I'm saying, okay, Europe first. Europe matters to us, our tech sovereignty. That's our future of our citizens. As a politician, I have to feel, and I'm feeling this responsibility for our own future and for having Europe first in our minds. That's our life, that's our place on earth. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. No, we are... no, thanks for that. I know, I was not expecting this. It's just that I deeply believe in that. Again, that's our presence, but that's also our future. We cannot stay that much dependent on other players, other countries, because other countries are turning their back towards us. That's not our choice. We have not initiated this. That's just happening. If somebody who was our partner, our closest ally for decades, suddenly is starting to treat you as a strategic rival, we have to rethink our thinking, our vision of the future. So I believe that talking about the spectrum allocations, which are still treated by member states as cash cows, that we have to change this, obviously. We need to build here to understand that to build infrastructure in Europe, governments cannot just take this money from spectrum allocations and use it for other reasons. There are lots of necessities, lots of necessary projects to be financed by the member states. the capitals, and that's very obvious for our perspective. But at the same time, spending the money from these spectrum allocations on social policies, on other needs, on defense as well, doesn't make much sense from this perspective for our future. So I believe, finally, I believe that we need to build a consensus between EU institutions, including member states, that Europe needs, what Europe needs now is to concentrate on the competitiveness and on ensuring tech sovereignty. And the pathway to achieve these goals is going through securing European digital infrastructure for the future. We need to concentrate on the semiconductors and large data centers and support highly scalable EU industry with common rules. For the spectrum, we need a change of philosophy with more harmonization and real speed up of the 5G and 6G deployment. Thanks a lot.
There you go. A question about tech sovereignty is always a great question. Stirs up the debate. So, Tom, with you, I'm going to go one level down because we've talked about the full stack, Euro stack, whatever you want to call it, et cetera. But usually in the small world of telecoms regulation, we talk a lot about either fiber. We talk about we're not doing that bad with fiber. We heard from Mark. Then we talk about mobile. And we're a bit further behind on that. And then your company, Wireless Connect, is talking about another combination of ways to deliver connectivity, which is fixed wireless access, which maybe you want to describe a bit more to the audience and sort of describe how it sits in this connectivity spectrum. And you serve the Irish Midlands, all right? So let's also remember that we're talking about industrial competitiveness, industrial use cases, how this is going to be used in big cities and big industrial parks. But at the end of the day, there's also a big question about connectivity for the entire population and how we can make sure that everybody is served by super fast networks. You want to say something there?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me, and thanks to Digital Europe for having this excellent event, and dziękuję bardzo to the noble MEP here.
Bardzo proszę. Sorry.
So just and thank you to the European Commission delegate there. So for me, I'm a small business operator, and I believe small business matters. We often talk about big companies and big telcos and big tech, and what we have to remember is that there's actually 77,000 autonomous systems connected to the internet. And if Europe could learn one lesson, is that open standards like IP connectivity and internet connectivity have enabled anyone with a few €1,000s to actually interconnect with existing internet providers and expand the internet in their localities. I'm not unique. Like, there's 30 other companies in Ireland similar to me, and I represent them on a voluntary basis. And I've been a regular pen pal of DG ComC4 on state aid issues, and more recently with DG Connect and your colleagues. And I really do appreciate genuinely the openness of the Commission to at least a conversation if you're writing somewhat a coherent letter on something that's a file that's open with them at the moment. And it does give me some hope for the future. To give you a bit of context, fixed wireless is basically, it's similar to your mobile phone, except you put an antenna usually outside the premises, pointing up at a hilltop, and there's an antenna there pointing down, and then there's another antenna on that hilltop pointing at either another hilltop or into another city where there's fibre and backhaul available. And then we go back to a data centre in Dublin, of which there's many, thank God. And we do welcome all the companies that have invested in Ireland. I'm very thankful for that. And we then interconnect in a data centre with the rest of the internet. And so we bring what I would like to consider the global ambition of the internet, acting locally in a small scale. So what I would ask Europe and what I would like to see in the DNA is the simplification and a standardization. So both will go hand in hand. And a friend of mine who was involved in standards yesterday I met was saying that standards are more important as well, not just simplification, because you can simplify loads of different acts in different ways and they still have to interrelate and interwork together. And that can be a real challenge. So while regulatory burden can be a huge can be hard for bigger businesses, it can be terminal for smaller businesses. So I'd really like to see a reduction in the burden. Just to give you a bit of context, in Ireland, we created a mapping submission as part of the state aid framework, you know, and there was about 1,500 sites built by these 28 companies that participated in the study. There was over 100,000 people connected with that, and those people could avail of speeds of between 100 and 250 megabits. And that was self-funded, largely small independent enterprise. So the problem of connectivity in Europe is not a single monolithic problem. It's a tapestry of small issues at a local level that we could actually, if we think globally and just act locally. Just to give you an example, with Storm One, there was like 800,000 people almost without power after that, I would say natural, I would say small disaster, let's say. There was about 300,000 fixed line broadband, like fibre, impacted on it. There was impact a couple of percentage points on availability on mobile, and there was impact to fixed wireless. But what I noticed when our biggest challenge there was actually just keeping power on the sites so that those who had power could avail of broadband. And what I found when I was involved, so everyone, it was all hands on deck to keep the sites running. About half our sites were without power for maybe 24 hours. And I have to pay tribute to the local farmers, because when I was driving from site to site, I could just see all the trees that had fallen had been cut down and cleared. And it wasn't done by just one state agency. It was done by small people doing their job in their locality and making a difference. And it meant that I could go from site to site and not be stopped on the road and not doing it. And one of the directors of Vodafone paid tribute to the farmers who, obviously, a lot of the masts that we talk about for 5G rollout and the masts for fixed wireless are based on farmers' lands in rural areas. So from that point of view, I would actually really advocate for simplification. And just on the touch on my journey to Europe, we started actually with a state aid complaint, and it didn't go my way, as the fella says. But for me, what I would say is, and I'd like the people with power and the people who can initiate actions to consider that sometimes the limited negative effects. So the fibre rollout, there's a fantastic fibre rollout happening in Ireland, and it's to be celebrated. The Irish government and the Commission get full marks for rolling it out and pushing it. And you know, there's consortium members like Nokia delivering really good quality products with MDI in Ireland. And this is to be celebrated, and rural Ireland is benefiting from that. What we would say, though, is the smaller fixed wireless operators are being kind of squeezed out or crowded out. And so the limited negative effects on competition actually are borne by the few. And I'm talking about mom and pop operations like myself. And so so the financial damage done by some of these programs to the smaller businesses, unless it's some way compensated, I think it's an unfair burden to ask. So it's just something to reflect on. But again, where I would see it, one thing I really do like about the Commission is they've always been consistent about general authorizations and improving spectrum availability to the citizen. And one of the best ways of doing that is with license-exempt spectrum. So that's like Wi-Fi and all that type of stuff. So I would hope that, you know, the Wi-Fi spectrum will be increased in Europe in line with the United States, which has double the spectrum available, you know, than the Europe. And so, you know, if we talk about competitiveness, it's also given tools like that. And so, unfortunately, I'm referring there, it's 6 gigahertz spectrum. But for me, it was 5.8 gigahertz. That spectrum was made available to us by a European initiative. And you know what? It meant that people like me could actually invest a few grand and build one base station. Like, I did have one customer. We sold 1 megabit to that customer in 2005. And then we sold that 10 times over and then realized we might need to get another megabit. And now we have, you know, tens of gigabits of upstream connectivity to the internet. And we do work in an ecosystem where, you know, there's various different partners. But I'd like to focus less on the big guys. They're going to be there, who've won the internet popularity contest. And I'd like us to kind of embrace that maybe if we empower our citizens and small businesses to actually solve problems at a local level, we can create a better Europe for all of us. And that does involve, and you know, that feeds into tech sovereignty, because you'll have diversity of infrastructures in your country and not just one monolithic big infrastructure provider and just everyone reselling on top of it. Thank you.
Okay, quite a lot there. We also got very technical with spectrum bands and the like. Wow.
Sorry.
Good. Okay. So we concluded the first round of questions to my panel, which reminds me that we need to go. Of course, there's a poll. It wouldn't be a Digital Europe panel if there wasn't a poll. So obviously, we're polling our audience about the biggest roadblocks when it comes to connectivity in Europe, and we have a choice. You know, is it a problem of spectrum auctions being too long and costing too much? Is it a problem of fragmentation of investment across the 27 member states? Or is it a problem of looking more at competition rather than scaling up our technology adoption in the market that we have? So a few people voting so far, so keep voting. We do want to know what the people think. Okay, so I want to correct a couple of things. So Michael said that you're the only policymaker, a politician here on the panel. That's not true, because obviously we have Renate, who can also be blamed for a lot of things, but I'm not going to blame her for anything because I like her very much, even though you called me Alessandro. Alessandro Grappelli, if you're watching, by the way, hi. And we mentioned...
Don't call my name Alessandro.
we mentioned tech sovereignty quite a lot, and there is a sovereignty problem in telecoms. And that sovereignty problem, if you want to call it problem, is precisely the fact that sovereignty in telecoms, particularly spectrum matters, resides in 27 member states. And so far, one of the biggest roadblocks indeed has been, and the Commission has been trying to find a way to sort this out for a number of years now, is that we need to get more coordinated in how we assign spectrum in Europe. We've tried a few times, a good number of times. We've had limited success, I would say. And this is, I think, one of the things that need to be done in any new proposal. But how would you, imagine that the Commission can constructively talk to the member states and maybe talk them out of an impasse that they have and convince them that, if we want to be really sovereign as Europe, maybe you need to give up a little sovereignty of your own to achieve a bit more?
Well, it is still a bit of a sensitive issue, and for some it is a bit of a holy cow issue even, to touch spectrum. But on the other hand, I think some arguments have been made by partners on the panel. We were late on the 5G rollout also because, there was hardly any coordination. We have in the current electronic communication code a peer review mechanism on spectrum that hasn't really led to any kind of significant real cooperation or coordination. So I think, when you look ahead at the tech race, a lot of things have been said, and the sovereignty issue, at the kind of the chance of Europe to do it better maybe when we are looking at 6G in the future, then it's very clear that spectrum and how we go about it and how we leverage our single market approach in spectrum management is really important. I would not want to take over spectrum. I can't. I mean, there is a huge national kind of competence in spectrum, but that doesn't mean either that there cannot be a role for a European approach in it. So it's really about finding the right cooperative kind of, approach to spectrum, a bit more of a harmonized approach on, authorizations, durations, rollout. And I think that would really help us all. So the design will have to be smart. I think we also have to kind of look at, for instance, aspects such as satellites, which for me is the new competitiveness issue of the future, because it's a bit Wild West at the moment, to say the least. And here, I think there is, by nature, a cross-border element in it, because you can't really kind of say that satellite, authorizations are national. And here to leverage a single market kind of approach, for instance, in the authorization, and bring in some order, I think has a lot of merits, also from a competitiveness and a tech sovereignty angle. There's also an international context around us. There will be the World Radio Conference, in 27 that will kind of look at kind of the next kind of directions. And I think it's important for Europe to have a strong position, because I agree with you that standards are also important. And in the current geopolitical context, it's even more important to have a very strong European common position as Team Europe in these contexts. So that's the kind of the framework in which we're addressing spectrum in this kind of work on the Digital Networks Act. So for me,
if it is to deliver what we heard also from the gentleman on the panel, ambition, really kind of a game changer, addressing the real needs for European kind of, players, be they small or big, to really have a future and an incentive to stay and to invest further in it and to roll out, then I think this isn't possible without addressing spectrum. But, I think we have to get out of this. It's either the member states or the Commission. It's really much more about having an intelligent cooperation here, which anyway, also maybe if I may address, there will never be a one-size-fits-all system because the member states are very different. And nobody wants that. We want kind of to have the consumer interests also very much on our mind because, telco liberalization has not led to a single market, but it has led to a lot of, bigger consumer choice and also to interesting prices. So we must bear that in mind also when moving forward. This doesn't have to be dropped at all. There's an important consumer kind of, aspect in it. It's more about, we need another quality of connectivity. If we want the use cases that we need for the AI continent to come about, if we want, the AI solutions developed in Europe and applied in Europe, whether that's in mobility, whether that's in energy, whether that's in agriculture, for that, we need a setup of cooperation and, business cooperation models in connectivity from different players that we do not have at the moment. So I actually think when you look at the concept of the electronic communication code on interconnection, that's a bit outdated. It's really what we need is totally new ways of cooperations, that allow smaller actors and bigger actors, that allow for new business models, that allow for, pan-European developments, in areas where it makes sense. Look at the tower cons. It's an interesting kind of development, and they are by nature pan-European. So I think that's what we need to incentivize and to kind of support a bit more.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Renate. I'll go first to Michael, because I think we're touching on some of the key things that have been part of this debate with spectrum, the ecosystem, how it's evolving. But also one question also that one of the answers that the audience can go to is the issue of focus on competition and enabling competition as part of the rules, as opposed to having more of a vision for a market that's bigger and scaling up. So clearly there's a lot of discussions, Mark mentioned as well, mergers, how we look at them both in country and potentially more cross-European operators, et cetera. So how do you look at that specifically as a problem that we need to tackle?
Well, I would say as a part of the liberal or centrist centrum on the political stage in the European Parliament, I would never neglect the importance of the market forces, definitely. If companies are willing to merge, we should not start with blocking the mergers. It's just that I do not believe that mergers just themselves would solve all the problems that we have on the markets. They might even create new problems for our reality. We are fully aware that the average revenue per user is much lower in Europe than in the United States, and that makes things really complicated for the telcos. I got it fully. It's just that I fail to see why increases of prices for consumers or business users all over our continent would make us as a society work and operate better. At the same time, we have much more 5G-based stations per 100,000 users, subscribers, and more 5G subscribers than the US. Yes, but the real problem is that we have 7 to 14 times less 5G-based stations per 100,000 users than China or Korea. So I believe that our aim should be to keep European model based on low prices for end users and to mobilize private and public investments in the rollout. So we keep the pace of the best in the class instead of just adapting to the US model. So I believe to do that, to achieve that, we need at least one of the two things. One, obviously, is the big investment program in the EU of a scale with several hundred billion euros, most probably financed by debt, because there are no other sources, practically speaking. This financing combined with private funding or we need to change the attitude of the member states. We are still discussing how the money is being used, how the process is not being coordinated on the European level. So changing the attitude of member states, so that would be contributing financially to building the best possible network. So we need one of these two. That's definitely the idea I believe in, not necessarily just merging the telcos together and hoping that that would just make everything much better than now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So maybe I'm going to go to Tamar first, and I think I'm going to disrupt the questions that I had thought I'd ask and let you react to what you guys have said. So on the issue particularly of not necessarily just mergers, but cost, I think is a very interesting one. Do you think that our focus so far on keeping costs down has had an impact, a negative one, potentially on how we do things in Europe? And then maybe, do you want to go, I love a nice debate on a panel and people disagreeing with one another. So do you want to go on 6 gigahertz? Can we get technical again? Do you have a different view there or a complementary view that you want to share?
Yeah, obviously, if we take the 6 gigahertz, what we believe is that with the use cases that are coming up with 5G advanced and also 6G, more spectrum is always needed. If you look at the amount of data growth that we expect to see in the coming years, year by year, I mean, it's huge. I think everyone knows that when you start on the smartphone, then obviously you use more and more data. But if you look at AI and all the industrial applications, this will increase the data usage even more. And so for that, we believe that it's important that the upper 6 gigahertz band goes to 5G, because 5G and 6G are technologies that have specific advantages for industrial digitalization. So that's our position.
There you go. Renata will figure it out. It will be relatively easy. So, Tom, I'm going to go back to you now. You had a reaction to something that Renata said.
So just on the interconnection debate, because there was a fair bit of that oxygen given to it, and I wish that debate would just die. Sorry, but for us as a small telco or ISP, what I would say is that generally I found that the market worked pretty well in Ireland in the Irish case, and what we have is a local internet exchange. Now, it's not practical for every big content provider to interconnect with every small ISP in the country. So what happens is, if you have a thing like, so there's technical solutions to technical problems. Well, there's political solutions to political problems. And what I would say is that in the technical space, internet exchange points have been a fundamental part of our, in reducing costs for delivering broadband and content that the user asked for. And that's an important point to remember. And what actually happens is it's like, it's what we call eyeballs. So my ISP is an eyeball ISP because people look at stuff from me. And then obviously there's other people who are supplying content that the users want. And you can actually use an internet exchange to actually aggregate all this demand and feed it at a fraction of the cost that some of the telcos would have you believe. And that's certainly my experience. It's been the experience of WIC Consultant when they did the study. And, any of the messing with the interconnection system had disastrous consequences in South Korea. And I really hope that, I'm not too sure what problem we're trying to solve on the interconnection side of things. From a technical point of view, I'd love to see the individual packets transported by ISPs to actually get a little bit larger. That's to allow, in terms of digital sovereignty, to actually allow better VPN performance, virtual private networks, so protecting your data from cloud provider to cloud provider so that you can operate between two different clouds. On my good friend's comments about 6G and 5G and the need for spectrum, couldn't agree more. And it's not his fault, but a lot of the operators aren't deploying the spectrum they already have. And, the 5G performance in the US is pretty good, and they have managed to do it without the upper 6 gigahertz band. So, sorry, but anyway, all joking aside, I drool over some of the equipment that he has provided my competitors. It's phenomenal. So, appreciate that. But just on the commission side of things, I think the general authorizations, like, light licensing, to enable people like Nokia to deliver solutions that are nimble across markets. And I think we can learn from some of the dynamic licensing models that are used in the United States. And I'm not saying, by the way, that the United States is the source of all knowledge and wisdom, but I think we can learn from their successes and avoid the mistakes that they make, you know. And I would agree with the 27 member states. You know, you have language barriers, so it's going to be very hard to overcome some of that. But with open standards like IP connectivity, and adopting those open standards, and like IPv6, I think that would be crucial for improving the internet experience for individual citizens, which is, after all, the goal of what we're doing here. You know, I think that's crucial. You know,
Excellent. So our time is practically up. I have to say, I'm going to give Renate the pleasure of closing this with any final remarks that she may have. I have to say, a wonderful panel in the sense that we've gone from very political to very technical. I hope the audience didn't get lost. We also saw some very civilized disagreement between panelists, which we experience every day in our membership. We have everybody in the membership. So Renate, if you ever feel like you need inspiration as to what to put in the final Digital Networks Act, do read the Digital Europe positions, because we have all those different people together and we managed to come up with something meaningful to say about all these things. So with that, Renate, what is your conclusion to this? What do you take home before you start drafting and you get the rest of Connect to draft?
Always prepared. Well, I feel encouraged to remain ambitious. I feel encouraged not to take anything off the table, which some people would maybe want to see, that we take certain sensitive issues off the table. So I think it's important. We heard some kind of, different perspectives on things like upper 6G, and that's just an expression of where we are in the market, and I think that's important to take into account, because what our goal has to be that the future connectivity can work for everybody. That's the kind of the equipments. That's the kind of whether you're in the mobile business or not, whether you're more on the Wi-Fi side, whether I think the art of designing the DNA, that it's really a future-oriented vision on connectivity where the things will be much more connected, depending on whether you are rural or whether you are kind of, in a kind of an industrial kind of, AI application, or whether you are in a tense kind of, big city. But it has to be looked at from that angle instead of having only the national prism, which I think was much more the design of telecom rules of the past. They have to kind of start from that kind of technological disruption that we are seeing, the innovation agenda that we want to pursue, and then add on that the regulatory measures that we need, both to kind of keep specificities, but also give a really boost for, new business models. And there will be new corporations, in the future, I'm sure of, because the wave on edge cloud computing and connectivity merging is not going to stop.
Thanks a lot, Renate. And thank you to all my panelists. I think it was a very interesting discussion. Please, round of applause. That was the end of this wonderful panel. So thank you very much. I'm going to ask the panel to leave the stage, except for Mark, where you guys know that we are celebrating a very important anniversary. It's our 25th, thank you very much, 25th anniversary. Thank you, Renate.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you very much.
So we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. It's a very important celebration. You guys know, you heard it at the beginning, that there's going to be a big cake with champagne or blanc de blanc, which can be just as good as champagne, depends. But 25 years is a long time. Mark, who sits on our board, has been part of this journey for roughly half this journey. We've seen huge transformation of Digital Europe as an association, just as we've seen huge transformation of digital going viral everywhere. So I'm going to ask you maybe if you want to share some of your wisdom, some of your experience of what you've seen, it's the big changes, sweeping changes that you've seen in Digital Europe, maybe the part that you've liked the best so far?
Yeah, no, for sure. So Nokia has been, in fact, at the very beginning with Digital Europe. So indeed, the 25 years I've been active in Digital Europe, half approximately of that time. I think what is really interesting to see is that Digital Europe at the beginning was about the digital sector. And that has grown to the digitizing sector. So that's a move that took place a number of years ago, but has been really interesting because of, obviously, we have to take into account the users of digital. So I think that's the first point I'd like to make in the growth path of Digital Europe over the past years. The second one is the evolution in terms of the positions and the clarity of the recommendations that Digital Europe is doing to the institutions and the stakeholders. What I have experienced is in the beginning that those were relatively technical, more for a closed group, so not everyone really understanding what it was about, and bringing the digitizing sector in, but also taking into account the geopolitical evolutions. Those positions have evolved to something that is far more clear, far more actionable. If you look at the latest brochures and recommendations that Digital Europe is putting forward, I mean, these are very simple, clear recommendations, easy to read. And that is, I think, absolutely critical today. We all know we don't have time to read booklets of hundreds of pages. Give us something simple, clear to understand, that we can debate, but at least, something that's workable. And I think there has been a huge progress of Digital Europe in that space as well over the last years.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Very humbling.
Thanks, Alberto.
So thank you for that. And with that, I think we can all go and look for some cake and something to drink and hopefully continue, obviously, the conversation. Any Digital Europe member, current or present, please come to me and tell me what you love about Digital Europe, not what you don't love, because I don't want to hear that. Okay? Very good. Thanks a lot. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Alberto.
Take a deep breath. The tech race is on, with AI and digital tech transforming our world. Europe has tech champions. We lead in connectivity, green tech and biotech. We have top talent, world-class research and universities, and a huge market of 450 million people. We have what it takes to compete. But overall, we are lagging behind. Only 14% of European companies use AI. We only have 10% of the world's top companies. We need to find 800 billion euro of investment each year. Hurdles stand in the way of unity. Companies are hiring more lawyers than coders. Our brightest tech talent is heading abroad to seek opportunity and investment. And our economy is suffering. But winning starts with a mindset. We used to compete with the best. We can do it again. What if Europe played to its strengths? What if we launched massive programs to protect our critical infrastructure? What if we attracted capital both at home and from like-minded partners to fuel innovation? What if we became the world's top destination for diverse talent, igniting Europe's golden tech age? What if we cut bureaucracy, freeing the innovators to build, the dreamers to create? What if we simplified rules, transforming complexity into clarity? What if we incentivized innovation, investing in ideas and the people and the passion behind them? What if we simply said, Europe is open for business. The race is not over. Stride by stride, Europe can get back in the game.